The Asia-Pacific region has long benefited from pro-growth policies, foreign investment, and a strong labour force. Millions of people have been lifted out of poverty, but the gains have come at a cost, especially for human rights. In some countries, economic growth has been accompanied by significant human rights abuses by business operations. In the past, responsibility for addressing human rights abuses by business operations has been the subject of fierce debates. All that changed in 2011 with the introduction of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights that were unanimously adopted by the Human Rights Council. The Guiding Principles provide a framework to address and improve human rights standards in the business sector. They define the state's duty to protect human rights in business operations, a business's responsibility to respect human rights, and for both to provide remedies for when violations occur. The Guiding Principles provide a way for businesses to contribute to the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. For example, anti-discrimination policies at the workplace that boost gender equality and empower women in support of SDG 5. Monitoring and auditing of supply chains to eradicate forced labour. As a result, businesses create good work opportunities and support economic growth in support of SDG 8. As businesses set up grievance mechanisms and complaint systems to respect rights, they prevent disputes from turning into crises and conflicts, contributing to SDG 16. UNDP is focused on promoting the UN's guiding principles by providing technical advice to governments, developing policies, due diligence processes and remedies for businesses, and supporting civil society organizations and human rights defenders to improve accountability. UNDP is strengthening both businesses and human rights to promote a sustainable future.
Pertumbuhan pesat dan pencapaian ekonomi Malaysia banyak disumbangkan oleh tenaga kerja migran. Walaupun sumbangan mereka amat ketara, namun sejarah menunjukkan bahawa hak asasi manusia dan hak pekerja mereka sering diabaikan. Pandemik COVID-19 telah menambah kepada kerentanan pekerja migran ini, seperti perampasan dokumen peribadi, kerja lebih masa yang keterlaluan, persekitaran kerja dan tempat tinggal yang tidak memuaskan, dan eksploitasi yuran perekrutan. Pada tahun 2011, Majlis Hak Asasi Manusia Pertubuhan Bangsa-Bangsa Bersatu dengan sebulat suara mengesahkan Prinsip Panduan Penjagaan dan Hak Asasi Manusia PBB. Prinsip panduan ini berteraskan 3 rukun. Pertama, kerajaan harus menggubal dan menguatkuasakan undang-undang yang sesuai bagi melindungi pekerja dari pelanggaran hak asasi manusia oleh pihak ketiga termasuk perusahaan perniagaan. Kedua, perusahaan perniagaan harus menghormati hak asasi manusia, elakkan melanggar hak pekerja dan menangani sebarang impak hak asasi yang timbul. Ketiga, mangsa penyalahgunaan yang berkaitan dengan perniagaan mesti mempunyai akses kepada tindakan pemulihan. Syarikat mesti membenarkan pekerjanya mengakses tindakan pemulihan serta mengambil bahagian dalam proses aduan yang berkesan. Dalam beberapa tahun seterusnya, kemajuan dicapai susulan rangka tindakan yang disediakan oleh Prinsip Panduan PBB. Pada tahun 2019, Pertubuhan Buruh Antarabangsa secara rasmi menyatakan bahawa yuran perekrutan atau kos yang berkaitan tidak boleh dikenakan kepada pekerja atau pencari kerja. Dan kerajaan Malaysia baru-baru ini telah bersetuju untuk melaksanakan polisi perekrutan pekerja dengan kos sifar. Pandemik COVID-19 juga telah mendedahkan situasi yang dihadapi oleh pekerja migran. Pada tahun 2020, permintaan untuk peralatan perubatan dan keselamatan seperti sarung tangan dan pelitup muka mencapai tahap tertinggi disebabkan pandemik ini. Memenuhi permintaan ini boleh menyumbang secara negatif kepada hak asasi manusia. Hasil daripada siasatan antarabangsa dan tekanan media beberapa syarikat peralatan perubatan dan keselamatan terbesar di Malaysia telah memberi komitmen kepada perekrutan pekerja dengan kos sifar dan membolehkan tindakan pemulihan bagi pekerja migran yang telah membayar yuran perekrutan secara keterlaluan kepada agensi perekrut. Kepentingan tindakan pemulihan tidak boleh dipandang ringan. Untuk membayar yuran perekrutan secara haram atau tidak beretika, pekerja migran mungkin terpaksa membuat pinjaman yang mendedahkan mereka kepada ikatan hutang, membawa kepada suatu bentuk buruh paksa. Mereka mungkin mengambil masa yang lama untuk membayar hutang tersebut, manakala majikan terlepas daripada menanggung kos ini. Apabila berlaku pelanggaran hak asasi manusia yang berkaitan dengan perniagaan, pekerja migran harus diberi saluran yang berkesan untuk mengakses tindakan pemulihan dan mendapatkan pampasan yang setimpal. Pemerkasaan pekerja bermula dengan sektor perniagaan mewujudkan persekitaran kerja yang berpusatkan hak pekerja di sepanjang rantaian berkalan dan memastikan bahawa pekerja migran dapat mengambil tindakan terhadap hak asasi manusia dan hak pekerja mereka. Dengan berbuat demikian, sektor perniagaan dapat meningkatkan perlindungan kepada golongan yang paling rentan. Malaysia's rapid growth and economic success owe much to its migrant workers. Despite the contributions they make, their human and labour rights have historically been largely ignored. The COVID-19 pandemic has further exacerbated migrant worker vulnerabilities, such as confiscation of personal documents, excessive overtime, unfavourable working and living conditions, and predatory recruitment fees. In 2011, the United Nations Human Rights Council unanimously endorsed the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. The guiding principles rest on 3 pillars. The first, governments should enact and enforce appropriate laws to protect workers from human rights abuses by third parties, including business enterprises. The second, business enterprises should respect human rights, avoid infringing the rights of their workers and address any human rights impacts they may have caused. The third, victims of business-related abuses must have access to remedy. Companies must allow their employees to access remediation and be able to participate in an effective complaints process. Over the next few years, following the blueprint provided by the UN Guiding Principles, progress was made. In 2019, the International Labour Organization officially stated that no recruitment fees or related costs should be charged to workers or job seekers. And the Malaysian government recently agreed to implement a zero-cost migration policy. The COVID-19 pandemic also brought the conditions of migrant workers to the spotlight. In 2020, demand for medical and safety equipment such as gloves and masks reached an all-time high due to the pandemic. Meeting this demand may contribute to adverse human rights impacts. As a result of international scrutiny and media pressure, some of the largest Malaysian medical and safety equipment companies signaled their commitment to zero-cost migration and to remediate migrant workers for excessive fees paid to recruitment agencies. The importance of remediation cannot be overstated. To pay illegal or unethical recruitment fees, migrant workers may take out loans that leave them vulnerable to debt bondage, a form of forced labour. They may spend months or years paying off that debt, while their employer avoids incurring these costs. When business-related human rights harms occur, migrant workers must be provided with effective channels to access remedies and obtain fair compensation. Worker empowerment starts with businesses enabling a right-centered working environment along their entire supply chain and ensuring that migrant workers are able to take action on their labor and human rights. In doing so, business can advance the protection of those most vulnerable. Malaysia sedang menghadapi cabaran-cabaran ekonomi, sosial dan alam sekitar yang belum pernah terjadi sebelum ini. Dan sektor perniagaan Malaysia mempunyai peranan yang penting dalam mencari jalan penyelesaian. Sektor perniagaan di Malaysia semakin menyedari tanggungjawab mereka. Pada tahun 2019, 73% syarikat di Malaysia menyentuh topik matlamat pembangunan lestari dalam laporan korporat mereka. Namun demikian, hanya 20% yang benar-benar menggunakan pendekatan lestari dalam strategi perniagaan mereka. Dan pelanggaran hak asasi manusia masih lagi berleluasa dalam operasi kebanyakan syarikat. Semakin jelas bahawa banyak lagi yang perlu dilakukan. Mujur ada kerangka kerja dan pendekatan untuk membimbing syarikat ke arah yang lebih baik. Sebagai contoh, menggunakan kriteria alam sekitar, sosial dan tadbir urus dikenali sebagai ESG. Sebagai kriteria pelaburan telah menjadi kaedah popular untuk mempromosikan pembangunan lestari. Orang ramai berminat untuk melabur di syarikat yang memandang faktor ESG ini secara serius. Kriteria alam sekitar menilai usaha syarikat untuk mengurangkan sisa, penggunaan tenaga dan bahan discharge. Kriteria sosial memeriksa keberkesanan syarikat terhadap hak asasi manusia, termasuk kesihatan dan keselamatan pekerja, gaji yang adil dan kesaksamaan peluang. Dan kriteria tadbir urus mengesan risiko rasuah, pendedahan maklumat, struktur lembaga syarikat dan strategi pengurusan risiko. Prinsip panduan PBB mengenai perniagaan dan hak asasi manusia memberi makna kepada huruf S dalam ESG. Prinsip panduan PBB tersebut menjelaskan tindakan yang harus diambil oleh perniagaan untuk menghormati hak asasi manusia. Di sinilah GLIC memainkan peranan. Syarikat Pelaburan Berkaitan Kerajaan ataupun GLIC memperuntukkan tahap pelaburan yang besar dalam perniagaan Malaysia. Sekiranya pelaburan ini dibuat di syarikat yang mengikuti kriteria ESG, cita-cita pembangunan lestari Malaysia dapat direalisasikan. GLIC di Malaysia berkuasa untuk mengumpil prinsip panduan PBB mengenai perniagaan dan hak asasi manusia dan mempromosikan amalan perniagaan lestari melalui pelaburan yang berfokuskan ESG. Dengan berganding bahu, usaha kerajaan dan sektor swasta dapat membantu kita mewujudkan pembangunan lestari di Malaysia. Malaysia is facing unprecedented economic, social and environmental challenges. And the Malaysian business community has an important role in providing solutions. Malaysian businesses are increasingly aware of their responsibilities. In 2019, 73% of Malaysian companies mentioned the Sustainable Development Goals in their corporate reporting filings. However, only 20% actually incorporated sustainable approaches in their business strategies. And human rights abuses are still present in business operations. It's clear that more needs to be done. Fortunately, there are frameworks and approaches to help steer companies in the right direction. For example, using environmental, social and governance or ESG criteria for investing has become a popular means of promoting sustainable development. People are interested in investing in companies that take the following ESG factors seriously. Environmental criteria that assess a corporation's efforts to mitigate waste, energy consumption and emissions. Social criteria that check a company's impact on human rights, including worker health and safety, fair pay and equal opportunity. And governance criteria that track corruption risks, information disclosure, board structure and risk management strategies. The UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights gives meaning to the S in ESG. The UN Guiding Principles define what a business must do to show respect for human rights. That's where GLICs come in. Government-linked investment companies allocate significant levels of investment in Malaysian businesses. If these investments are made in companies that follow ESG criteria,
Malaysia's sustainable development ambitions can be realized. Malaysia's GLICs are in a powerful position to leverage the UN guiding principles on business and human rights and promote sustainable business practices through ESG-focused investments. Working together, government and private sector efforts can help us realize sustainable development in Malaysia.
Sama seperti virus yang menjangkiti tubuh dan melemahkan sistem imunisasi, pandemik COVID-19 yang melanda sistem ekonomi global telah menjejaskan produktiviti dan industri di seluruh dunia. Banyak perniagaan tidak mampu bersinambung dan proses pemulihan Malaysia adalah tidak menentu disebabkan masalah sistemik yang sedia ada bertambah buruk dengan krisis ini. Golongan berpendapatan rendah terjejas secara tidak seimbang dan mungkin mengalami kehilangan pekerjaan yang lebih ketara dan tetap. Krisis ini juga telah memburukkan lagi jurang ketidaksamaan gender. Ramai wanita kehilangan pekerjaan atau terpaksa berhenti kerja untuk menjaga anak-anak di rumah. Penderaan domestik turut meningkat dan masalah kesihatan mental juga semakin bertambah. Ramai yang menghadapi kesusahan untuk memenuhi keperluan asas mereka, terdesak untuk mencari rezeki. Ramai anak muda Malaysia telah beralih ke ekonomi gig di mana majikan tidak bertanggungjawab untuk menyediakan kemudahan penjagaan kesihatan, insurans kemalangan atau faedah persaraan kepada pekerja mereka. Urusan kerja sebelah pihak telah lama dihadapi oleh pekerja migran dan COVID-19 hanya memburukkan keadaan mereka. Kerap dibebankan dengan kerja berlebihan. Ramai yang terpaksa menanggung keadaan kerja dan kehidupan yang sukar yang membahayakan kesihatan dan keselamatan mereka. Kita masih pada peringkat permulaan dalam memahami kesan pandemik dan implikasinya. Yang jelas ialah setiap perniagaan perlu bertanggungjawab melindungi hak asasi pekerja mereka. Tindak balas sektor perniagaan dalam menangani krisis ini akan membentuk sikap masyarakat terhadap sektor swasta untuk masa hadapan. Bagi menyokong usaha tindakan perniagaan, UNDP telah memajukan usaha wajar hak asasi manusia dan COVID-19 penilaian kendiri pantas untuk perniagaan, menggesa syarikat untuk menyediakan pelan bagi memastikan bahawa pekerja tidak diberhentikan atau diberhentikan tanpa pampasan, mengiktiraf wanita sebagai pengasuh tidak berbayar dan menampung keperluan mereka dengan pengaturan kerja yang anjal, membayar pekerja dalam tempoh mereka sakit dan tidak dapat bekerja, memastikan bahawa premis tempat kerja dan kemudahan perumahan membolehkan pekerja mengamalkan penjarakan sosial. Mematuhi semua tindakan ini akan membantu syarikat dalam menguruskan kesan hak asasi manusia disebabkan operasi perniagaan semasa pandemik ini dan lain-lain kesan yang mungkin berlaku. UNDP dengan kerjasama Kerajaan Malaysia komited dalam memantau kesan COVID-19 terutama pada golongan masyarakat yang paling rentan. Dengan bekerjasama dengan sektor perniagaan, kita dapat memastikan hak asasi manusia pekerja dihormati dan tiada yang ketinggalan. Just as a virus infects the body and weakens its immune system, the COVID-19 pandemic has struck down the global economy, affecting productivity and industries worldwide. Many businesses will not survive, and Malaysia's recovery is precarious as pre-existing systemic problems have only been made worse by the crisis. Lower income groups have been affected disproportionately, suffering larger job losses that are more likely to be permanent. The crisis has also exacerbated gender-based inequalities. Many women lost their jobs or had to quit to take care of children at home. Domestic abuse is on the rise, and mental health issues have also increased. Many are struggling just to meet their basic needs. Desperate for work, many young Malaysians have turned to the gig economy, where employers have no obligation to provide healthcare, accident insurance, or retirement benefits to their workers. One-sided working arrangements have long persisted for migrant workers, and COVID-19 has only made their plight worse. Often overworked, many have to endure substandard working and living conditions, putting their health and safety in question. We are only beginning to understand the far-reaching effects of the pandemic and its implications. What is clear is that businesses need to take responsibility for protecting the human rights of their workers. How businesses respond to this crisis will shape public attitudes towards the private sector for years to come. To support business action, UNDP developed the Human Rights Due Diligence and COVID-19 Rapid Self-Assessment for Business, urging companies to prepare a plan to ensure that workers are not dismissed or dismissed without compensation, recognize women as unpaid caregivers and accommodate their needs with flexible work arrangements, pay employees during periods while they are ill and unable to go to work, ensure that work premises and housing facilities allow for workers to practice social distancing. Following these actions will help companies manage the human rights impacts of their operations during this pandemic and others that may follow. UNDP, in partnership with the Government of Malaysia, is committed to monitoring the effects of COVID-19, especially on those members of society that are most vulnerable. Working together with business, we can ensure that the human rights of workers are respected and that no one is left behind.
The Asia-Pacific region has long benefited from pro-growth policies, foreign investment, and a strong labour force. Millions of people have been lifted out of poverty, but the gains have come at a cost, especially for human rights. In some countries, economic growth has been accompanied by significant human rights abuses by business operations. In the past, responsibility for addressing human rights abuses by business operations has been the subject of fierce debates. All that changed in 2011 with the introduction of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights that were unanimously adopted by the Human Rights Council. The Guiding Principles provide a framework to address and improve human rights standards in the business sector. They define the state's duty to protect human rights in business operations, a business's responsibility to respect human rights, and for both to provide remedies for when violations occur. The Guiding Principles provide a way for businesses to contribute to the 2030 Agenda and its 17 Sustainable Development Goals. For example, anti-discrimination policies at the workplace that boost gender equality and empower women in support of SDG 5. Monitoring and auditing of supply chains to eradicate forced labor. As a result, businesses create good work opportunities and support economic growth in support of SDG 8. As businesses set up grievance mechanisms and complaint systems to respect rights, they prevent disputes from turning into crises and conflicts, contributing to SDG 16. UNDP is focused on promoting the UN's guiding principles by providing technical advice to governments, developing policies, due diligence processes and remedies for businesses, and supporting civil society organizations and human rights defenders to improve accountability. UNDP is strengthening both businesses and human rights to promote a sustainable future.
very warm welcome to the National Conference on Business and Human Rights 2021 towards a National Action Plan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera. First and foremost, I would like to thank you all for joining us for this two-day conference, co-organized by the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, BHEUU, the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, SUHAKAM, and the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. I am Fariza Alia from UNDP, and I will be your MC over the next 2 days. The National Conference aims to provide a platform for sharing on the status of the development of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. It aims to highlight persisting gaps and challenges, as well as explore potential whole-of-society entry points for the BHR agenda in Malaysia. Furthermore, the National Conference is an opportunity for stakeholders to participate in rich discussions around the proposed thematic areas under the NEP, that is, labor, environment, and governance, as well as cross-cutting elements such as the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. We are excited to hear your views, and we are looking forward to your participation. Before we begin, attendees, let's do a quick check-in this morning with all of you. Please head towards the chat box and click on the Slido link provided. We will be asking you 2 questions just to break the ice a little. And again, please click on the link provided in the chat box. We have the first question here, and I'm expecting a few responses from the attendees. And that is, how are we all feeling today? All right, I see one response. Great. Alhamdulillah, great. Sleepy? I hope you won't be too sleepy once you get into the discussions of this conference. Yeah, feeling good. Great, feeling, bright and shiny day today, indeed, yes. Energetic, great. Needing coffee, right? You should go and get your coffee right now because we won't have a short break until later. Good, excited, alive. All right, great. I am so happy to see these responses. Let's move on to the next question, which is, what are your expectations over the next 2 days in this conference? Again, participants, let's see your responses. Would be great. All right, what are your expectations? Informative? To learn about human rights, to learn about the state of the National Action Plan. Great, seems like you guys have come to the right conference. To move forward on the national plan, new insights on the NEP, excited to learn more about developments in the business human rights NEP. Yep, enhancing knowledge. Great. All right. Thank you, participants, for breaking the ice today. And thank you, everyone, for your amazing energy. And I hope we will keep it up for the rest of the session today. All right, attendees, we have an exciting lineup of topics and speakers for you today. Let me first briefly walk you through our proceedings for today. And our session will begin with some opening remarks, a keynote address, followed by 2 exciting plenary sessions. Then we'll have a short lunch break, giving you all plenty of time to freshen up for the second part of our agenda. Here we will have 2 parallel sessions happening simultaneously in different rooms. Attendees, you will be given the option to choose a breakout room of your choice. After that, we'll close the event and get ready for day 2. Cool. Before we proceed any further, I would like to kindly brief all participants on a few housekeeping rules. Attendees, if you have not already, kindly rename your Zoom display name to your full name, followed by your organization. For example, Fariza Alia Muhammad Nasir, UNDP Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. You can refer to the chat box for the format. Bahasa Isyarat Malaysia interpreters are available throughout the conference. For all plenary sessions, you will also have the closed caption function available to you, and this can be found at the bottom of the screen. We would like to remind all participants to keep your microphone muted at all times. If you have any questions during the Q&A sessions, please do type in your question in the chat box to your right. You may ask your questions in Bahasa Malaysia or English. We hope you kindly keep to these housekeeping rules to ensure a smooth conference for all. Now, without further ado, we will kick off the conference with a few words from Yang Berbahagia, Dato Haji Muhammad Rabin bin Basir, Director General of the Legal Affairs Division, BHEUU, Prime Minister's Department.
Of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, SUHAKAM, Mr. Niloy Banerjee, Resident Representative of UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Yang Berbahagia Profesor Dato Dr. Aishah Haji Bidin, BHR Advisor and Professor of Law, Academy of Sciences Malaysia, Excellencies, Panellists, Moderators, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to welcome all delegates and participants to the National Conference on Business and Human Rights towards Malaysia National Action Plan. I also hope all of you are coping well during this difficult time. The government acknowledges that the issues of business and human rights continues to gain momentum internationally. As a developing country that aspires to become a high-income nation, Malaysia recognizes the important role of corporate sector in the development of the nation. The government's announcement to develop its National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, or NAP-BHR, clearly demonstrates Malaysia's commitment in intensifying efforts to further strengthen the application of the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, or UNGPs. The development of Malaysia NAP-BHR now falls under the auspices of Minister in the Prime Minister Department, Law and Parliamentary Affairs, based on the decision by the Cabinet on the 6th December 2019. And development of this NAP is currently supported by the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department, or BHEUU JPM. As the focal agency, BHEUU had conducted several engagement sessions with various stakeholders to ensure inclusivity in the holistic development of the NAP-BHR. The government identified several pertinent thematic areas relating to business and human rights in Malaysia and currently in the process of establishing the governance mechanism needed for this development. The first steering committee meeting was held on 6 July 2021, chaired by the former Minister in Prime Minister's Department, Parliament and Law, Yang Berhormat Datuk Seri Taqiyuddin bin Hassan. Pursuant to the meeting, 3 technical committees was agreed to be established to look at various BHR issues in Malaysia. The technical committees are led by Ministry of Human Resource, or MOHR, looking into labour issues. Ministry of Environment and Water, or CASA, looking into environmental issues, and the National Centre for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, or GIACC, looking into issues pertaining to governance. Ladies and gentlemen, this entire process will start with the development of a National Baseline Assessment, or NBA, for Malaysia, which will be done with the aim to identify the gaps and the current state of affairs in relation to BHR in Malaysia. During this process, BHEUU and other relevant agencies will continuously conduct engagement sessions with stakeholders in order to ensure that the development of NAP-BHR takes into account the suggestions and opinions of various parties and can be developed holistically and comprehensively. I hope that the development of NAP-BHR could assist the government in reducing and controlling the issues related to human rights violations, mainly due to business activities. And I hope that business become more aware of their responsible business conduct to ensure that human rights violations are reduced. On behalf of BHEUU, I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest appreciation to Ministry of Human Resource, Ministry of Environment and Water, National Center for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, Suruhanjaya Hak Asasi Manusia SUHAKAM, and United Nations Development Programme UNDP for the support and cooperation given throughout the development process of NAP-BHR. Without the support from these parties, it is unlikely that we will be able to conduct a comprehensive consultation session as today's conference. Thank you. Last but not least, I hope that all the delegates attending this conference for 2 days starting from today would be able to actively participate and share their opinions. This session is expected to be a platform for all stakeholders to establish strategic relationships with each other. Thank you once again and have a wonderful conference.
We would like to thank Yang Berbahagia Dato Haji Muhammad Rabin bin Basir for his opening message. And now we will hear from Tan Sri Othman bin Hashim, Chairman of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, SUHAKAM. The floor is yours, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much, Redza. Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Haji Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Yang Berbahagia Datuk Haji Muhammad Rabin bin Basir, Director General of the Legal Affairs Divisions of the Prime Minister's Department, Your Excellency Mr. Niloy Banerjee, UNDP Resident Representatives for Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, I warmly welcome everyone to the National Conference on Business and Human Rights 2021 towards a National Action Plan. Please allow me to begin by congratulating the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, UNDP, and of course the team from SUHAKAM for organizing this important conference. The 16th of June 2021 marked the 10th anniversary of the unanimous endorsement by the Human Rights Council of the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, a significant step forward in efforts to prevent and address business-related human rights abuses. At this point, I would like to take this opportunity that I was saddened to learn about the passing of Professor John G. Ruggie, author of the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights, last Saturday, 16 September 2021. I would like to pay tribute to the late Professor John G. Ruggie. He was a great man. His brilliant work contributed immensely to business and human rights. My deepest condolences to his families and friends. How far the business and human rights agenda has moved forward in Malaysia during the last 10 years. The government of Malaysia supported the UN Human Rights Council's resolution that unanimously endorsed the guiding principles on business and human rights. The guiding principles have contributed to significant progress, promoting respect for human rights in a business context. They have clearly outlined the different but complementary roles of states and businesses in preventing and addressing business-related human rights impacts. They have emphasized states' duties to protect human rights in the business context and endorse businesses' responsibilities to respect human rights, even when states fall short of their own obligations. By positioning the needs for greater access to effective remedy for victims of business-related harms as a core pillar, the guiding principles have also helped shift the focus from corporate social responsibilities to accountability as a necessary component of responsible business practices. The guiding principles recognize the critical role of national human rights institutions, NHRIs, under each of its three pillars: protect, respect, and remedy, with regards to business and human rights. Looking back on SUHAKAM's journey, it has given special attention and priority to the areas of business and human rights since 2010. We have done several activities focused on this subject, including a series of forums and roundtable discussions with stakeholders. SUHAKAM developed a strategic framework for a National Action Plan, NAP, on business and human rights in 2015, with the hope that the government would commit to the goal of effectively responding to the country's business and human rights challenges. The primary objectives and policy direction of the NAP on business and human rights should be to prevent, mitigate, and remedy current and prospective human rights impact. COVID-19 brought to the public domain and exacerbated systemic inequalities and discriminations that are already in place. The pandemic further exposed the vulnerabilities of a large number of people in workforces and value chains. Businesses and states must rethink business models in such a way that human rights are respected. Progress will also require tackling several gaps foreseen by the guiding principles, ranging from overcoming barriers regarding access to remedy for victims of business-related impacts, to implementing business models that do not undermine human rights, for instance, in the context of supply chains, digital technology, gig economy, and people in the rural areas and interiors of Malaysia. The digital transformation profoundly affects how people contribute to societies, including the number of and types of jobs available. Disruption is the new standard form of work. Digital labor platforms are redefining the means of economic exchange and bringing rapid changes to work practices and the business landscape. Labor market regulations needs to be updated where necessary to reflect new forms of work, wages, social protections, particularly for non-standard forms of work, needs to be adapted to eliminate damaging incentives and to ensure that emerging risks can be addressed efficiently and effectively. Additionally, the ever-increasing climate and environmental challenges continue to grow more rapidly. Access to remedy for business-related harms is still a significant and urgent challenge for achieving meaningful progress. By anticipating possible negative impacts to people and addressing them before they occur, business and states can ensure sustainable business that does not prioritize profits over people. The three pillars of the guiding principles indicate that what is required in practice. States must protect human rights, businesses must respect human rights, and victims must have access to effective remedy. The guiding principles are a future-proofing tools that allows businesses to continuously adapt, innovate, and anticipate negative human rights impacts. All businesses have an independent responsibility to respect human rights, even in times of economic hardship and an ongoing public health crisis. Both the state's duty and the corporate responsibility are set out clearly in the guiding principles, which apply to at all times and in all contexts. I wish to emphasize that the field of business and human rights are still relatively new to the vast majority of businesses. We should recognize the critical foundation that has been laid in a very short period of time. Ensuring corporate respect for human rights is by no means an easy mission. Efforts to promote the implementations of the guiding principles to date have enabled broader levels of participation from a wider range of stakeholders, challenging them but also bringing them together to learn from one another and to generate the diversity of responses that the complex nature of businesses and human rights requires. Ladies and gentlemen, as we advance, we should continue to develop that effort through new forms of partnership that engage grassroots actors and affected communities more directly into business and human rights dialogues and collective solutions. I consider it important to listen to the voices of the various stakeholders when formulating the National Action Plan. I would like to encourage all participants to keep moving forward in ways that build on the guiding principles. There should be demand for more accountability. We know that confronting complex problems together could lead to long-term positive transformations. I welcome the opportunity for us all to take stock of what is happening in Malaysia on business and human rights. I'm confident that this National Conference on Business and Human Rights can help us advance towards this objective in developing the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. It is our aspirations that the development of the National Action Plan will contribute greatly to protecting and promoting human rights in business activities and our overall goal of achieving sustainable development for all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Tan Sri Othman, for the broadly insightful opening remarks, highlighting SUHAKAM's journey in championing human rights in business. Let us welcome a few words from Mr. Niloy Banerjee, Resident Representative, UNDP Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. Over to you, Mr. Banerjee.
Thank you, Fariza. Good morning to everyone, and welcome to this national conference. It's a very opportune time, but let me start off by offering my salutations to Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Dr. Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Zafar, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Parliament and Law, Yang Bahagia Dato Haji Muhammad Rabin bin Basir, Director General, Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department also. Tan Sri Othman bin Hasim, Chairman, Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, SUHAKAM. Good to see you, Tan Sri. Dr. Aishah Bidin, good to see you, ma'am. Esteemed panelists, Secretary Generals of Ministries, Secretaries and State Governments, and Secretaries of State Governments, my dear UNDP colleagues, UN colleagues, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the National Conference on Business and Human Rights 2021. It's a very opportune time to do this with our esteemed partners, the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, as well as SUHAKAM. Because, colleagues, as you know, we are now at the 10th anniversary of the adoption of the UN Guiding Principles. And it's time to take stock and the momentum that has built up with 44 odd countries now well on their way to doing or completing their national action plans. So yeah, what better time than a 10-year anniversary, but also with the forthcoming climate conference, the Conference of Parties in November. A good time to take stock and kick off this National Conference on Business and Human Rights. Like Tanshi Osman, I would like to start with a word of sadness and condolences for the loss of Professor John Ruggie, who, as you know, was not only a pioneer. I mean, he drove the whole guiding principles process in the Human Rights Council, but he also, as special representative on business and human rights, he kind of captained the ship of this agenda, and it's a big loss to lose him. So deepest sympathies and condolences to all his friends, colleagues, and most certainly his family. But it's also then a good time to pledge our driving commitment to this legacy that Professor Ruggie leaves behind. Colleagues, a lot is being asked of developing countries. Environmental standards, labor standards, social standards, good governance in the corporate field, and all of it, while there's work to be done here, it's also important that as our countries go up the scale on the income front, that we also start to adopt particularly labor and environmental standards that are prevalent in the developed world as our countries move towards developed country status. I think it's important that we also continue to watch that particularly our labor standards. As you know, environmental standards, many even developed countries haven't yet figured out perfectly, and we'll hear more about that later this year. But particularly on social and labor standards, we need to stop making excuses or continue to live in a different era or different century when all our countries are beginning to reach the higher and higher on the development ladder, if you like. I think my two previous speakers have framed the issue very well, so I'm not going to talk a lot about it. I just want to point out that the COVID-19 situation did exacerbate the challenges of labor standards, of social standards, of environmental standards, particularly in business. Just the fact that so many 500 million jobs have been lost is an alarming. It's a rollback. It's a slide back, and the estimate is that overall, at the end of the day, UNDP certainly estimates that the human development, the loss in human development, which UNDP measures every year. I won't go too much into detail, but it's an index that UNDP produces every year with very heavy data behind it. And our estimation is that this year, the results will show that human development has scaled back to the levels of 1990. That's a big loss that we have to make up for. And this is the first time slide back in 3 decades since UNDP started tracking human development across the world. It also has an impact on the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, we are on this extremely ambitious agenda of trying to reach very, very ambitious goals by 2030. And this, the pandemic has, of course, brought with it a slide back again, creating an adverse set of circumstances, and most likely we'll have a chance to talk about it a little bit later in the conference. But most likely, Asia Pacific certainly will miss many of the goals. So it's a sobering thought, unless something dramatic happens between now and 2030. So I will not dwell again on Malaysia's National Action Plan process. I think my Tan Sri and Dato Haji Muhammad have already said quite a bit about it. Let me maybe say a little bit about UNDP's work in this area. And I'm talking about UNDP globally. UNDP has, of course, adopted the guiding principles very intimately. It's in our DNA now. And as a human development organization, we are working with about 100 countries around the world in strengthening their national human rights systems, mainstreaming human rights in national development, and of course engaging in human rights mechanism and treaties, both internationally and at the country level. Our work in business and human rights works to scale up this work stream. While we are working country by country, we want to also create sort of a global chapeau, a global umbrella of work of this. And in Asia Pacific, the Business and Human Rights Asia Pacific program is working with 7 countries, including Malaysia, with support from the European Union, to actually take this program forward. I'll tell you a little more about the objectives and who all are doing what in this area. But it's and you'll hear from my business and human rights colleagues also over the next 2 days. Let me give a very quick overview of Asia, and then we'll move on to my closing. So the program has been instrumental in developing the national action plans with Thailand being the first one that went on stream. India and Indonesia have also launched their first drafts of the National Action Plan. And today, I think we will have a chance to hear from both Thailand and India on some of the trends and lessons and what comes after the development of a National Action Plan. Last week, our regional colleagues launched the Human Rights Due Diligence Training Guide and Self-Assessment Training Tool, which will directly support businesses in their quest for the UNGP standards. We've also been doing quite a few regional forums to galvanize support for the business and human rights movement, if you like, including the the UN South Asia Forum on Business and Human Rights, which was done in March, and the UN Responsible Business and Human Rights Forum for the Asia Pacific in July. We've also been kind of keeping on top of what's going on in the field of business and human rights in the region. So in April, we launched a survey on business and human rights and the environment, which was a perception survey to capture environmental risks and their relationships to human rights abuses. The survey is public in the public domain, and you can actually find it on our website. The conference material has spotlighted the website, so you can easily find it there. So in Malaysia now, bringing it closer to home, we continue to support the Business and Human Rights National Action Plan, and with BHEUU and SUHAKAM, we are doing several multi-stakeholder engagements to socialize the idea of the NAP. What is it and what does it do, and of course then move towards formulation. So this conference is in some ways also a building block in that in that grand exercise. We are also producing quite a bit of knowledge out in the public domain through things like issue briefs on the gig economy and social protection that Tanshi talked about, the new forms of labor markets that are emerging and social protection for them. Re-entry of women into the workforce. As you know, labor force participation rate of women is not great. It needs work, and we need to get more women to come back to work after they're dropping out of the labor force. Impact on the indigenous communities, on migrant workers. So there's a whole bunch of knowledge products, awareness creation products that we are working on. Again, also available on the website, colleagues, which I encourage you to have a look at. Now, in the NAP process, one ambitious undertaking that we will be doing is a nationwide baseline assessment, which is forthcoming as a piece of work in early 2022, which will be to really evaluate the current state of play on UNGP principles in Malaysia. It will also look at the legal and policy issues around business and human rights, but human rights in general. And of course, it will finally lead to a prioritization of actions, which we hope to take forward with our partners, certainly BHEUU and SUHAKAM. We also therefore need to work closely with the private sector on this, who are literally half the partner in this endeavor. And particularly in Malaysia's case, because of the large footprint of small and medium enterprises with that particular cohort. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say that the implementation of the guiding principles will require robust engagement from government, but also from private sector, civil society, communities themselves. I mean, the UN can only be a platform and a facilitator, but ultimately, I think it's the actors here in this country that will take it forward. The idea, of course, would be to create a safe space, safe and legitimate space for rights defenders, right holders, and duty bearers, activists, whistleblowers, so that there is no one that we are leaving behind in this rights agenda. I'd like to once again thank BHEUU and SUHAKAM in walking this journey with us. And I'm truly looking forward to this fantastic lineup of speakers that I see on the agenda document, and really looking forward to a lively and productive discussion. I welcome you all, and thank you for being here. Over to you, Fariza.
Thank you, Mr. Banerjee. On behalf of the organizers, our deepest condolences to Professor John Ruggie, who authored the United Nations Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. Professor Ruggie was a beaming beacon for the human rights arena, and following this conference, we hope to blossom the seeds that he has left behind for the business and human rights cause. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you all are still here with us. Just to let you know, we are streaming live on YouTube, and you can find the link to the live stream in the registration email you should have received earlier. We will now hear the keynote message from Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Wan Junaidi bin Tuanku Jaafar, Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Parliament and Law.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to deliver this keynote address at the National Conference on Business and Human Rights towards a National Action Plan. I would like to extend my utmost appreciation to the Legal Affairs Division Prime Minister's Department, BHEUU, Human Rights Commission of Malaysia, SUHAKAM, and the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, for organizing this landmark event. The field of business and human rights, BHR, broadly relates to the application of human rights standards and due diligence. Conducted by businesses, it relates to responsible business practices in which the principle of human rights should always be upheld. In 2008, the late Professor John Ruggie of Harvard University, who served as the United Nations Special Representative for Business and Human Rights from 2005 until 2011, put forward a framework on business and human rights under the theme Protect, Respect, and Remedy. It provides a framework for better managing the human rights challenges posed by transnational cooperation and other business enterprises. Hence, the United Nations Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights, UNGP, as endorsed by the United Nations in 2011, it is a guidance document that steers us through the development of comprehensive action plan for business and human rights. The guiding principles are structured on 3 pillars: the state's duty to protect human rights, the corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and the victims' access to judicial and non-judicial remedies. The document restates pre-existing state human rights obligation and defines a socially binding responsibility on corporation to do no harm to individuals' human rights. It is important to note that this juncture that UNGPS is a global standard for preventing and addressing the risk of adverse impact on human rights linked to business activities. It is also an internationally accepted framework for enhancing standards and practices with regard to business and human rights. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the theme chosen for today's conference, toward a national action plan, is in line with the government's aim to uphold justice and rights of individuals as envisaged in the Federal Constitution. As the Minister entrusted with portfolio of Parliament and Law, I have started my journey with many substantial reforms in mind, ranging from parliamentary reform and the government transformation. I am also excited to be a part of the development of the National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights, NAPBHR, for Malaysia, particularly due to its contribution in upholding the rules of law. In December 2019, the government, through a cabinet decision, approved the development of a National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights for Malaysia. The development of this NAP will assist the government to increase its capacity to protect human rights in Malaysia by strengthening the administrative structure, promoting greater respect for rules of law and national cohesion throughout the country. This development process will begin with the National Baseline Assessment, NBA, where the gap in the existing policies and the legal framework will be identified. This is done through a holistic stakeholder consultation, which also includes recommendation on bridging those gaps. The next stage will be the development of the NAP, taking into consideration the finding of the National Baseline Assessment and recommendations. The final document will outline the nation plan for the 5 years with regard to the issues identified in the NAP. Globally, there are approximately 29 countries that have developed their own national action plans. Many of these countries are from the European nation, with a few from Asian region, namely Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, and Thailand. In the Southeast Asian region, Thailand is the only country which had developed its action plan in 2019. There are various issues that each country has identified in its action plan. For example, Japan launched its NAP in 2020 and had focused on various cross-cutting issues like children's rights, labor rights, rights of consumers, and development of technology. France, in developing their NAP in 2017, focused on issues like environment, public procurement, and corporate social responsibilities. A country closer to us, Thailand, looked into issues pertaining to labor, human rights defenders, community, land, natural resources, cross-border investment. This indicates that all action plan developed is peculiar to the needs of the nation, and sufficient engagement is very much required before the issue and theme are identified and agreed upon. I was informed by the Legal Affairs Division that the development of our first action plan will focus on 3 thematic areas, namely labor, environment, and governance. These thematic areas were chosen after extensive engagement with stakeholders, including various departments and agencies under several ministries. I was also made to understand that the relevant departments and agencies will continue to be part of the development process, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the lead agencies, namely Ministry of Human Resources, MOHR, Ministry of Environment and Water, CASA, and National Center for Governance, Integrity, Anti-Corruption, or GIACC, for their support and cooperation in this matter. Allow me to thank SUHAKAM for their continuous support to the government on advancing matters pertaining to human rights. I also understand that SUHAKAM had done some extensive work on business and human rights since 2016, and I hope all their efforts will be put to good use in this development process. My sincere appreciation to the UNDP and the EU for their assistance rendered in the development of this action plan. I would like also to thank the non-governmental organization or NGOs and civil society organization, CSOs, for their invaluable support and cooperation in this process. I hope that the good and strong collaboration between all relevant agencies, whether from the government or private sector, will contribute immensely to the development of this action plan. We definitely cannot ignore the importance of having a comprehensive public consultation with all the relevant stakeholders during the development process, where everyone's views and opinions are taken into consideration. Human rights standards, as applied in business sector, could certainly bring a new perspective of human rights, given that business or economic actors in their action are shaped by business rules. It is also important that we stand up for humankind and uphold the principle of human rights, where no single group is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference will be a fruitful one for all of you. I understand the constraints of having a virtual conference, as it may be not as convenient as we hope. Nevertheless, having platform of esteemed panelists and speakers who are able to share their experience and knowledge is indeed a blessing. Lastly, allow me to extend my sincere appreciation to all panelists and speakers, the organizing committee, and all of you here today for your support in making this event a meaningful one. I humbly call upon each of us to stay united. Alone we can do so little. Together we can do so much. So let's move forward for a better tomorrow. Thank you. Stay safe. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Wan Junaidi. A very rousing speech indeed, and a great segue into the plenary sessions for this conference, which will start at 10 a.m. sharp. I mentioned before there would not be any break until lunchtime. However, the universe is allowing us a short break to enjoy this bright and lovely morning. Feel free to have your morning coffees or beverage of your choice, or rather a quick breakfast. Please join us back here at 10 a.m. sharp. See you then. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Before we proceed to the first plenary session, a gentle reminder that you may drop your questions in the chat box to your right. All right, now let's begin the first plenary session on Malaysia's progress towards a national action plan on business and human rights. Joining us today as the moderator for this session is Professor Dato Dr. Aishah binti Bidin. Professor Dato Dr. Aishah is an expert advisor on business and human rights and a professor of law at the Academy of Science, Malaysia. In the panel with us, we have Dr. Punitha Silivarajoo, Director of the Policy and Research Division at the Legal Affairs Division, Prime Minister's Department. We also have Dato Weng Kwai, Commissioner at SUHAKAM, and Rashyid Redza Anwarudin, Head Group Sustainability at Sime, Darby, Plantation. And finally, but not least, we have Edmund co-founder of AmerBON Advocates. I will now pass the virtual floor over to Professor Dato Dr. Aishah.
So I suppose we can. Okay, right. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera. Good morning to all. Yang berbahagia Datuk Seri Dr. Wan Jaafar, Minister in the Prime Minister Department, Parliament Law, Mr. Niloy Banerjee, the Resident Representative of UNDP Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam, Tan Sri Osman bin Hashim, the Chairman of SUHAKAM, Dato Haji Muhammad Rabin bin Basir, General of the Legal Unit of BHEUU JPM. So good morning to all and welcome to the first plenary session on the Malaysian progress towards a national action plan on business and human rights. My condolences as well and sympathy to the late Professor John Ruggie on his passing just a few days ago. We are now, during this two-day session, discussing about his that he created. The development of National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights has been signs of by the states. As of early 2021, at the moment there are about 44 countries in different stages in the process of developing their UNGP, namely about 26 countries with such plans, 2 with chapters on business and human rights, and about 17 in the process of developing dedicated plans. So the process of developing National Action Plan have in place fostered improved policy coherence by bringing together state entities that traditionally may not engage in direct dialogue with the states. The business and human rights agenda is not foreign to Malaysia. And since the last efforts have been made towards the development of the Malaysian National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights. This initiative is currently spearheaded by the Minister in the Prime Minister Department, supported by the Legal Affairs Division, or BHEUU. Plenary session, we will be hearing the progress and initiative of the Malaysian government on the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights, and what are the roles and functions that can be leveraged by different classes of stakeholders to contribute to the process in developing the NP. We are fortunate to have 4 distinguished speakers. Our first panelist is Dr. Punitha Silivarajoo. Dr. Punitha is currently the Director of Policy and Research at the Legal Affairs of the Prime Minister Department, JPM. Now, my question to you, Dr. Punitha, currently the business and human rights mandate is to implement the National Action Plan is under the of your office. Developing a plan can be a resource-intensive activity. So given the breadth of business and human rights issues in the country, and involvement of a variety of policymakers certainly is necessary. So can you elaborate who are the major stakeholders involved and at what stage of development is Malaysia currently at? Further, also please elaborate further relating to the focus area that was identified just now. You have 10 minutes. I think you have slides, Dr. Punitha. Yeah, please share your slides. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning. Yang Bahagia Tan Sri, Dato Sri, Dato, Tuan-Tuan dan Puan-Puan. Allow me to just share my slides. Okay, all right. Thank you, Prof. Just to answer Prof's question, I've got a few slides here that I would like to share, and I'll just go through it. And I think as I go through the slides, I will actually answer your question, Prof. Maybe we'll start off by just informing everyone where we started. So in 2019, 20th of June, there was a decision made by the Cabinet on two things. One is for BHEUU, the Legal Affairs Division of the Prime Minister's Department, to be the focal agency for human rights, particularly domestic human rights issues. And the second decision was to develop, among others actually, to develop a National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights, the NABHR. And after that, we had another specific paper prepared just for the National Action Plan for Business and Human Rights to get the approval from the government as in terms of its planning, in terms of its budget and things like that. And on 6th of December 2019, there was another decision made by the Cabinet on the development of the NABHR. So this is where we started. Okay, so it's back in 2019. All right. So, of course, you may ask that, you know, it is a long process, of course, 2019 up to 2021. But of course, we must understand the COVID situation contributed greatly to a lot of delays that we had planned. So if you look at the development phase, if I could just share, first would be the initiation stage, which started in 2019 and 2020, where we had a lot of engagement and data collection. I think many of us here who have joined who's in this session would have also participated in the engagement session conducted by BHEUU and also SUHAKAM with UNDP. Following that, 2020, 2023, which is currently we're at stage 2, phase 2, I would say, we'll be having further engagement. So the engagement is more of a never-ending process. It just goes on as we need as much information and data as possible. And then, of course, looking at the development of the national baseline assessment for Malaysia and the zero draft. Now, we are currently embarking on this. And of course, the NBA is very important in understanding the gaps that are involved and what we have, the issues that are currently, we are facing in terms of policy and legal framework, and that will then pave the way for a zero draft and a final NEP for Malaysia. The third phase would be the implementation phase, which is 2024 to 2026. An effective communication plan in terms of the implementation of the NAP as well, in terms of the agencies and also the private sector players involved. 2026 to 2028 will be the monitoring phase, where we'll have data collection on the implementation, as in how well the implementation went on, and also the reporting of the findings to the committees that we have, the governance structure, as well as to the Cabinet itself. And finally, the evaluation phase 2029, this is to establish an evaluation panel to assess the implementation of the NAP-BHR. And of course, we would also have an option for review. And of course, this goalpost, all these goalposts that I've mentioned earlier, we may have to change it from time to time depending on situations, because we may need to review it earlier than planned. Okay, we can move on. All right, if I could just go into the governance structure. Currently, this is what we've agreed upon. We have a steering committee chaired by the Minister in the Prime Minister's Department, Parliament and Law. And we had our first meeting on 6th of July 2021, chaired by Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Takiuddin. And then we also have a technical committee chaired by the Secretary General of the lead agencies that have been appointed. So basically, the lead agencies, I'll go into that later. So the lead agencies here will then, not only will the Secretary General or whoever that is appointed by the Secretary General chair this technical committee, they will also decide if they want to have working committees based on specific issues within a specific thematic issue. So it is up to them, we leave it to them to decide whether they want to have working committees, and the membership of the technical committee as well as the working committee may also be decided by these agencies. Move on. So I think it's the spelling themes. Okay, the themes and the lead agencies here. We have labor, environment, and governance. So these are the three thematic areas that we have identified after extensive engagement with stakeholders. So the Ministry of Human Resources will actually lead the team, the labor team, or the labor issues that we're looking at. Ministry of Environment and Water will lead the environment issue, and also the National Center for Governance, Integrity and Anti-Corruption, GIA, will lead the issues pertaining to governance. Okay, so we've had many engagements with these agencies as well, because after the steering committee, we actually want to, move on to standardize how the technical committees will function, the terms of reference of these technical committees, and whether there is a need to form smaller committees within the technical committee itself. These were all discussions that we had along the way. So just to share with everyone some of the engagements that we had from 2019, from the time where the cabinet decision was made up to now, if I could just share very quickly. We had a session, a national high-level dialogue in 2019, 24th of June. This was, of course, with SUHAKAM and UNDP. It was a very, very interesting session because it was new to all of us. I think Prof, you also involved. I think Edmund was also involved, Dato. After that, we had another session, I think, with SUHAKAM. SUHAKAM brought us into a session with a dialogue on business and human rights, lesson learned with the Belgium and Netherlands MC. So that was more of a sharing session that we had. All these were very initial stage for us to actually understand what business and human rights is, and actually how we could use it and how we could actually adopt certain principles in Malaysia before even deciding on the themes. Then in 2020, 19 February, we had a session with the NGOs and CSOs. Of course, a lot of information from the ground, from the grassroots were obtained. February 25th, we had another seminar with federal and state agencies. This was, of course, to introduce the concept of business and human rights to other agencies in the federal and also to the state agencies as well, because this is something cuts across. And then 7th of December 2020, we had a specific workshop on the labor issue. So this is just with that particular ministry, agencies, CSOs, NGOs, industry players pertaining to this area, and it was of course led by the Ministry of Human Resources. 8th of December targeted another specific workshop with the Ministry of Environment on the issues pertaining to environment. So of course, again, we had the whole, NGOs, CSOs in this area, also led by the Ministry of Environment. And then on 14th December on the area of governance, similar. We had 3 different sessions. So a lot of information, a lot of engagement, that data that we managed to actually obtain. 24th of May, 2021, we had another session in issues of environment. In this area, we were actually engaging with states because the area of environment cuts across to states as well. So we had a specific engagement with the state agencies. Of course, 6th of July, as I mentioned earlier, was our first steering committee with the chaired by the minister. 23rd, after the steering committee, there were some decisions made by the steering committee. Among others, of course, was the 3 thematic areas were approved by the minister and the committee members. And then the question was, what's next? So we had to have discussions then with the lead agencies to tell them or to run through on the next stage, the next actions that they need to take. So of course there was the issue of understanding the concept of business and human rights better. So we had a capacity building session with the lead agencies. I think Prof, you were involved in it. A lot of capacity building, a lot of sharing of information in terms of business and human rights with the lead agencies for them to better understand it. And then on 17th of August, we had another meeting with the lead agencies on the preparation for the technical committee and to make certain decisions on who would be members of the technical committee and if there should be other working committees to support this technical committee decision making. And finally, on 20th of August, we had another meeting again with the technical committee, with the lead agencies in preparation for the upcoming technical committee. So this is basically some of the engagements that we've had. Slide. Okay. Just the way forward very quickly. We are trying to work back to back, basically, since there was a lot of lost in time. So firstly, October 2021, we are looking after this month, next month, we are looking at the technical committees, the first technical committee meeting to be held. And then if there are the need for working committees, and I foresee there would be need for working committees. So the respective technical committees will then set up working committees under their own purview, and they will then decide, as I mentioned earlier, who would be the members of the working committees and what are the areas that they wish to discuss in the respective working committees. And then we'll have the second steering committee, December 2021, will be chaired by the current minister in Parliament and Law. And this is basically the second meeting where we'll be then reporting the progress of the technical and working committee to the minister. And finally, we hope by end of December, first thing is we would want to proceed with the appointment of the consultants for our national baseline assessment. Hopefully by December, we'll have more information, data on what are the areas. We will then work on. We've already started working on the TOR for the consultant impact. So everything is already put in place. So hopefully by December, we'll be able to do that. And then, of course, there'll be continuous engagement sessions by the consultant in order to prepare the MBA. So that whole process will be from December 2021 till June 2022. And then we'll be looking at the zero draft and things like that. So this is actually our short-term plan, the way forward. And of course, we will update this from time to time. So I think this is all I have to share, Prof. I hope it has given some answer your questions, basically.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Punitha. It seems there's a lot of work that has been done, intensive consultation, and certainly the governance structure is very clear. And from what you gathered just now, there is also work being done in terms of a follow-up national baseline assessment. I'm sure questions later, right? Thank you, Dr. Punitha. Now we go to the second panelist, Dato Weng Kwai. Dato was appointed as a Judicial Commissioner at the High Court of Malaya and subsequently as a Judge of the High Court of Malaya in Kuala Lumpur. In 2012, he was elevated to the Court of Appeal in 2012 and retired from the judiciary in 2015. Now, currently, Dato is a Commissioner of SUHAKAM, the Malaysian National Human Rights Commission. Dr. my question to you is, what are the driving forces behind a particular country approach on framing the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights? How do we avoid issues being too narrowed too broad. As we can see just now for Malaysia, we have sort of identified the 3 thematic areas. Can you also elaborate in terms of the role of SUHAKAM in the National Action Plan process in promoting the business and human rights agenda as well? Dato, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dato Aishah. Nice talking to you again. You're a former commissioner of SUHAKAM, and we have worked very well for so many years on many topics, including business and human rights. A very good morning to all the honorable speakers this morning, to the Honorable Minister, the Honorable Director General of the Ministry, Mr. Niloy, the UNDP resident representative, my fellow speakers, and all the interested parties who are listening in to this session. Thank you, Dato Moderator. Your question is in 4 parts, and I will try to deal with them as quickly as I can, because I know time is of the essence, and I really want to say something important and answer to question 2. So I hope I have enough time. Now, the first part of the question is what are the driving forces behind Malaysia's approaches on framing the NAP on BHR? I'm going to focus on Malaysia's approaches rather than other countries in the process, simply because I think this is something very relevant to us, and it is something local. Now, well, I would say as a first line or as a tagline that really it is the impact of human rights on businesses, and conversely, impact of businesses on human rights. And I think this is the theme that I would like to stress on, because when we talk about business and human rights and the need for a national action plan, obviously this is to get all the information, collect all the data so that we have it in a structural manner. And again, I think the tagline must be fair pay or fair terms of employment for fair work, on the one hand, for workers, and on the other, as far as employees are concerned, how to make money and how to encourage economic growth. You know, I remember Dr. Aishah reading a book once known as Up the Organization by Robert Townsend, and he says, you are in business either for the fun of it or for the money. So I don't know how many people are in business for the fun of it. It is definitely very much for the money. But in the process of making this money, how do we achieve a balance between human rights for the individuals, human rights for corporations on the one hand, and without stifling economic growth? I think that is the challenge. Now, the UNGP's, the guiding principles, and I believe there are 31 principles altogether, and this was formulated since 2011 and adopted by the UN Human Rights Council. These principles obviously recognize the needs and the challenges of business and human rights. And in this session today, actually, I think both our chairman, Tan Sri Osman, has acknowledged the good work done by the government. And I want to actually pay particular acknowledgement and say thank you to Dr. Punitha. Thank you for your presentation. Your slides are very helpful. I would like to get a copy of it to show what has been done and the way forward. And I think really, things really got going in 2019. And that's not a very long time ago. Yeah? 2018, 2019 is about 3 years ago, ever since you have been in that important seat that you occupy now, and you have been pushing this. And I really thank you for organizing the sessions on steering committee and the working committees. So we all do recognize there are obligations and responsibilities. Nothing comes free. There's no easy ride. We are very familiar with the 3 pillars: protect, respect, and access to remedy. We have to think of the NAP as a complementary tool to implementing the UNGPs. We are not divorced from principles. We cannot be too far away from what is on the ground. So the action plan is actually a tool, a working tool to see how we can implement these general principles. The principles and concepts are dynamic, they're evolving, and we need to keep up with the times and not to remain stagnant or just, doing lip service and then nothing actually moves. The driving force behind our National Action Plan must be national priorities, the policies of what are the measures and what are the actions to be taken. There ought to be continuous monitoring, measuring of implementation efforts, and to have dialogue with multi-stakeholders. Therefore, the review and the update of the NAP is a very important aspect, because we need to monitor not just what has been started, but to ensure that it continues. I think very often you always hear that people say, oh, you know, good start, poor finish. I only hope our NAP will not have a good start, but a poor finish. So continuance is a very important aspect. We need to identify the gaps and the shortcomings, and to see how effective it is. Because at the end of the day, the bottom line, surely it must be for the good of everyone, good for the economy, good for foreign investment. I think countries and investors will be too worried to come in if we do not observe and have at least very basic human rights standards in business. Question of whether our policies are too narrow or too wide, I would say it would be better, and on a very cautious note, to be better to be broader and wider in our approach than to be narrower, so that we do not leave anything behind. Obviously, whether it is too narrow or too wide, we have to be on target. We must have targets, we must have timelines on reporting, and we must increase the awareness to help the business community on the compliance and so on. Yeah, so that's a quick word on whether it's too narrow or too wide. Now, coming to the third part of the first question on the role of SUHAKAM, as everybody knows, SUHAKAM is a statutory body, although the word is not mentioned in the Act itself, but we are not a NGO and CSO. So we do have statutory powers. I think that's very important. And one of the mandates is actually to advise the government. Now, of course, this is very debatable on how much the government will listen to SUHAKAM or how often, but I only hope and pray that every day that we have any programs, government will be taking what we say with some degree of seriousness, so that we can get on with our work and make sure it is beneficial. So the question of improving advocacy to engage with stakeholders and to prevent violations. So in the process of sharing ideas and principles with the business community, we want to tell them, hey, look, these are the pitfalls, these are the don'ts, do not go down this road. We want to create business-friendly principles with regard to human rights, and of course, to have everything transparent, to ensure that there is zero tolerance for corruption, and at the end of the day, to make sure that there is legitimacy and effectiveness for the National Action Plan. Otherwise, all the good work will be wasted, and if it is just on paper, then really you and I will be wasting our time. Otherwise, we're just talking and talking about it without going anywhere. So the fourth part of this question, Dr. Aishah, is how do we promote the human rights agenda? And I would say on behalf of SUHAKAM, we try very hard to organize RTDs, workshops, and webinars. And just to cite a few examples, the work we have been doing, and I thank my team in PLG, of which Dato Aishah, you used to be the head, and all the others in SUHAKAM. We have been having RTDs on the gig economy. I think this came into sharp focus ever since the pandemic. And, you know, we don't just talk about e-hailing for transport, but the food delivery business. And when you look around, you will see that it's a very big chunk of the economy, but it's so poorly structured, so poorly regulated. So SUHAKAM has been trying to talk about this. We want to engage with the stakeholders. We, in fact, have people from Grab and Food Panda come on to our session to tell us what their objectives are and how to move forward. And we also heard from people actually doing the deliveries. We had a physics graduate who is out of work, and is what he calls it as moonlighting as a Grab delivery rider or a driver. So, you know, it's a very, very big spectrum. We also had work done on forced labor. Not so much on child labor, but forced labor, where we have been talking to the medical supplies industry. We all have heard about the problems faced about Malaysian exports to the United States, which have been blocked because of allegations of forced labor and whatnot. We also had RTD on the construction sector. In the pipeline are a series, in this series, we'll be also having RTDs on manufacturing and also in the agricultural sector, the oil palm sector. I think we all recognize that for the industry, the small and medium industries make up for about 98.5% of the economy, whereas the large ones, of course, are, I mean, it's more than a handful, but they are not that many. So we do realize that SMEs have different needs, big corporations have different needs. So it's always a question, how do we balance all this? And of course, I bear this very much in mind, is how not to stifle business. Because the moment it is anti-business, rather than anti-human rights violations, the moment it's anti-business, people will not buy in, people will boycott the plan, and that will really be a very sad day. Yes, is there time for me to go on to the second question, please?
Yeah, yes, sure, briefly, yes. I think the second question is actually on relating to the access to remedy. Right. I think this context, perhaps you can elaborate to us how NHRI, like SUHAKAM, can collaborate together with businesses to ensure access to effective remedy for victims of business-related human rights abuses.
Thank you, Dato Aishah. So in fact, what I'm saying here in answer to question 2 will be a continuation of my last point, and that is SUHAKAM has been actually actively working with the various stakeholders. We have identified the various important sectors of the economy. It's important to identify specific thematic issues so that we are not just groping in the dark, but to have a very structured approach. So we are dealing with the manufacturing sector, plantation sector, medical supplies, and so on. And really, what is interesting to note is that these big corporations have actually come on board. They themselves have now approached SUHAKAM to carry out or to conduct programs for their staff, for their senior management. And our various officers have gone to various corporations. I myself, I've gone to Petronas and done some video recording and talking to their people so that they can share it with their staff, Petronas staff worldwide, not just in Malaysia. So I think they take it very seriously. And I think later in the week, we'll be talking to Top Glove. Again, this is on their request rather than us asking them, hey, look, do you want to know about this or not? They have asked us, come and talk to our senior management. So I think it's a really win-win situation, and we are more than happy to do that. Now, those are the nice parts of the program. Of course, the not so nice part is that we recognize that there are cases of exploitation of workers, poor working terms, poor, not just in terms of salaries, because yes, we have the minimum wage salary and so on, but apart from just money, what about the working conditions, housing, sanitation, and sometimes when you look at the kongsi houses at work sites, really it is just plywood and zinc, and very poor working conditions. So we are always on the lookout for that. We are very, very mindful of child labor, very mindful of trafficking in persons problems, TIP problems. And on the plus side, of course, on the active side, we try to collaborate with businesses and various sectors by increasing awareness. And we have, and I'm very happy to say that we have regular colloquiums, annual colloquiums with the judiciary. And this is very much in respect of the third pillar, access to remedy, access to justice, to the courts. And we have this colloquium, and this has been very much supported by the Chief Justice. And we get many judges, a whole group of judges, not only the senior ones, but the junior judges and sessions court judges as well, to attend our colloquium. So in this process, we have this interaction, and we tell them what are the problems that we hear through our complaints department and so on. Now, last but not least, matters, and in answer to this question, how do we go forward? How do we try to have effective remedies? One is strategic litigation, and secondly is on SLAP, S-L-A-P-P. It's a fairly new thing, but it's been talked about, and I think people do realize this. Now, let me talk about the first point, and that is strategic litigation, because this is a very important bridge for bringing cases to court, where we get the judges to actually give a forum, give a chance for parties to be heard, rather than striking out a case and say, hey, look, you're all busybodies, you're a third party, you have nothing to do with this case, you cannot be heard. So strategic litigation is a concept, it's a matter of jurisprudence. I think the lawyers in this group will understand what I'm saying, that as long as it is a public interest issue, it affects a section of the community, and a person may not be directly affected personally, but he is part of a bigger group, and for the greater good of society, there can be a representative action. And when this comes to court, the court will be very slow, or should be slow, to say, look, don't come and cut you down, you are a third party, you're a busybody. And I think this message is very important to go out to the judges. There'll be a lot of cases, and I think we are slowly breaking down the restrictions and breaking down the frontiers. Now, on the second point, and to end on this note, is SLAP. Now, it's also a strategic litigation, but at this time, instead of going to court by people who are affected, where you have public interest litigation, but this is a situation where NGOs and CSOs have taken action against big corporations, for example, and in response, these corporations go to court to try to stifle the litigation. And so this is strategic litigation against public performers, yeah, SLAPP. Maybe the acronym is ominous, but it mostly tells us of situations where big corporations take on complainants, go to court, and they know the resources of complainants, whether it's an NGO or individual, are always limited. Whereas big corporations can afford the money, they go to court. And if you have a complaint, say, for example, some unlawful extraction of timber or unlawful extraction of minerals from the land, they will turn around and take an action and claim for trespass and damages. They will go for defamation and say, oh, you've been saying bad things about us and so on. So again, this is a very important aspect. We have to be very mindful to make sure that, of course, if there are genuine causes of action, then of course, corporations are entitled to seek redress in court. But the point I'm making is that corporations should not be making use of this concept to stifle access to remedy through the courts. Thank you. I think my time is up, and I hope I made my points clear.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato. Certainly, I think SUHAKAM has done a lot of important work relating to business and human rights. I like also your idea regarding that we should strike a balance between promoting business and human rights, but at the same time also promoting economic growth, not to ensure to scare off business enterprises and to stifle them as well. And your last part relating to the access to remedy is also very interesting enough. I'm sure there'll be a question in terms of strategic litigation and the SLAP movement, which has generated a lot of discussion as well. Thank you so much, Dato. We now go to our third speaker. Our third panelist is Mr. Rashyid Redza Anwarudin, who is currently the head of Group Sustainability of Sime Darby Plantation. In this role, he focused on efforts on implementing on the ground programs to promote responsible and ethical production throughout Sime Darby's operations and global supply chain. My question to you, Mr. Rashyid, the second pillar of the UNDP provides the foundation for the concept of corporate responsibility to respect human rights. Can you perhaps share with us some of Sime Darby's mission and activities related to business and human rights, corporate responsibility, and also sustainability programming? The floor is yours, Mr. Rashyid.
Thank you, Prof. And good morning to everybody and all the participants and interested parties in this conference. Thank you also to the organizers as well for inviting us to share some of our experiences with regards to business and human rights, and the sort of efforts that we are currently doing. So just to give a bit of background on Sime Plantation. So basically we are basically the largest producer of certified sustainable palm oil globally. We have operations in Malaysia, Indonesia, Papua New Guinea, Solomon Islands, and all over the world. And basically we have more than 700,000 hectares and more than 80,000 workers globally. So just to give you a sort of idea of the scale of our operations. And I want to go back to the point that Dato mentioned just now with regards to, trying to balance between, doing good and also business returns as well. And that is one of the things which basically on our side, it's a tough balance that we need to juggle, right? So what we are seeing, right, is there has been a lot more scrutiny around business and human rights, and how companies are operating with regards to respecting human rights of their workers. So previously, historically, the oil palm industry itself, there's a lot of scrutiny historically around the environmental aspects of our operations. But probably within the last 5 years, we're seeing more and more sort of scrutiny around labor practices, human rights, child labor, those sort of related issues. And what started off with civil society organizations engaging us around these sort of challenges, we are seeing now more and more our customers asking us around our practices around human rights. We're seeing more and more our investors and shareholders also getting a lot more interest in how we are practicing in our operations as well. So probably just to answer your question, Prof, I probably want to give you a sort of taste of our journey with regards to business and human rights, and where it I wouldn't say it started, but where we actually started increasing our pace around it. So back in 2015, we actually started off in Sime Darby developing what we call our Responsible Agriculture Charter. And then as part of our Responsible Agriculture Charter, one of the key sort of pillars of it was basically the respect for human rights. And at that point in time, we weren't too clear about what exactly that needed to be done, what exactly does human rights and business means, and how does it impact us. And what happened at that point in time was we decided to then set up an internal task force. And that task force was basically the members of that task force internally was all of our sort of heads of departments at the group level, our chief risk officer at that time, chief strategy, chief comms, all of the head of departments at the group level, just sitting down and trying to basically understand this issue around human rights and how do we basically move forward with it. So what we then decided to do was we decided to then enlist the help of a non-profit organization who we brought in with the experience of developing the UNGPs and business and human rights to basically advise us on this. And what happened was they then came to Malaysia. They visited our operations. So they actually went to our mills in Malaysia. They went to our estates in Semenanjung, in Sabah and Sarawak, talking to our workers, talking to our managers, just trying to understand, our operations, and then also trying to understand what are the salient issues which basically we need to sort of work on. And then as an outcome of that, we then understood what the salient issues with regards to human rights are for us, and we developed what we call our Human Rights Charter, which clearly articulates our salient issues and clearly articulates our commitment to implement the respect for human rights throughout our organization and our supply chain in line with the UNGPs. And some of the key things that we've been working on since then, number one of the things that was highlighted was around the risk of forced labor in migrant workers, because in Malaysia itself, in particular, majority of our workers are still migrant workers from all across the world. So one of the things that we worked on was basically implementing what we call a ethical recruitment procedure, where we actually have now a dedicated team. This is prior to the whole COVID-19 thing, where we could still recruit migrant workers. So we actually have a dedicated team called the Workers Management Unit, and this team actually goes down on the ground to the source countries to conduct the recruitments ourselves. So all the interviews, all the contracts, all the communications with the potential workers are done by our teams, and all of the materials and all of the policies, procedures, contracts are also translated into all the various languages of all of the migrant workers. And what this does is basically it gives us a certain level of control from the point of interview onwards, where we cover all of costs from the point of interview onwards, to basically mitigate any risks of people not understanding the contracts, people not understanding how much they're going to be paid, people not understanding what sort of work they should be expecting when they come to Malaysia. And this is one of the things which we have been rolling out way back in 2016, and even actually before that as well. Done is that we've now currently working worker activist, and he is now looking into our policies and procedures, and hopefully that by the time that the government opens back up the sort of recruitment of migrant workers, we can then implement a further improved policy and procedure to basically even better have better control of our recruitment process. So that's something which is ongoing at this point in time. Another thing that we sort of came out from the assessment way back in 2016 was that due to the different nationalities and languages of the workers that we employ on our estates, the existing grievance mechanisms and grievance channels that we have were deemed I wouldn't say not suitable, but there were areas of improvement, because at that point in time the grievance channels which were available were to the mandos, or to the managers, or our whistleblowing channels, which were basically not available in the different languages of our workers. And the feedback that we got was potentially the workers may not feel comfortable in raising grievances at these channels, or they may be language barriers in them raising their grievances. So one of the things that we started doing back in 2018 was we actually started rolling out what we call independent third-party grievance channel called Suara Kami. So this Suara Kami helpline basically is run by a third party, and it's all made available in all of the different languages of migrant workers. And what happens is the migrant worker can call up this helpline, and it's available in the different languages, either by call, SMS, Facebook Messenger, all the different channels. And these people would then channel these grievances to our internal team to conduct investigations. And then once the investigation or the grievance has been resolved, then the Suara Kami helpline will then call back the worker to sort of ask whether or not they're satisfied with the resolution of their grievance. So these are one of the things that we also have rolled out to basically better understand the sort of grievances of our workers. Funnily enough, in this past 2 years, the majority of the grievances that we're getting from our Suara Kami channel are basically workers inquiring about repatriation, due to the sort of closure of borders, due to the limited availability of flights back to their home countries. There has been delays in trying to get our workers to be sent back to their home countries, either for their holidays or at the end of their contracts. So one of the things that we actually did because of that was we saw that we had a large number of workers who were due to go back, and the sort of grievances that we are getting from the grievance channel. So we actually started to charter private flights back to the source countries to send our workers back. So I think this month itself we'll have another flight flying back to India, where we have more than 130 workers flying back. And so anyway, it's all being paid by us. And the sort of workers who've been working with us for more than 10 years, we actually give them business class seats as well, because we actually chartered the entire flight for this purpose. So and these are the sort of things that once we have this grievance channel made available and people trust this grievance channel, we have a better understanding of what the issues are, and basically we are able to then develop tailor-made solutions to try and solve these issues. And these are the sort of issues that challenges that we sort of managed to act on based on the impact assessment that we did back in 2000, and that we're currently ongoing as well. Basically, we've also replicated back in 2018 into Indonesia, because the second largest operations that we have is Indonesia, and back in 2018 we actually conducted the similar assessment in our Indonesian operations. And in our Indonesian operations, I wouldn't go into detail there, but we identified Indonesia-specific salient issues, which we had to then work on in Indonesia. So moving back to 2020 onwards, with the COVID-19 pandemic, with the pandemic hitting us, there has been now more scrutiny around the safety and health of our workers, and based on that, a lot of work has now been done in trying to what we call implement policies and procedures to ensure the safety and health of our workers. So at the very start of the pandemic, we had to quickly roll out procedures to things like ensuring workers social distancing is observed during morning muster or during the operations, ensuring that we only operate at a limited capacity, and all of this while trying to balance between productivity and profitability of the company. And it's something which we found challenging, because of the large scale of our operations, and in Malaysia itself we have more than 150 sites, for example, and rolling out something uniformly across our operations is a major challenge. And now what we're working on is basically trying to roll out a vaccination program as well. So working with the government to try and vaccinate as many of our workers, local or foreign, as possible, as quickly as possible, to ensure the safety of our employees. So I like to just end answering this question with just a comment that for us, the way that we see it is basically this whole experience has been a learning journey, and at this point in time we are still learning, because context changes. For example, the COVID-19 pandemic brought on different challenges, and and basically we're constantly trying to improve our practices, which is by no means perfect. People would know that at this point in time we currently have an ongoing assessment, which is ongoing in our Malaysian operations, and our hope is basically once this assessment is complete, that we are able to learn even more, and to then better improve our processes and practices on the ground, so that we can further improve our practices to respect the rights of our workers. So I'll stop there for now to see whether or not there's time for the second question.
Thank you, Mr. Rashyid, for bringing us through your journey, Darby's journey, in terms of promoting the business and human rights agenda. It's very interesting that I can see that there's extensive and very committed policy commitment you can see from the activities that you have mentioned, and the fact that I think Darby is one of also other companies that's been also adversely affected by COVID-19. It's very interesting to see what are the initiatives, the efforts that you have put on actually to protect your employees, especially dealing with the foreign workers and so forth. So thank you very much for that sharing of information. Now our last speaker is Mr. Edmund Bon. Mr. Edmund Bon has been in legal practice for more than 23 years and is the co-founder for AmerBON Advocates. Mr. Edmund Bon is also formerly the representative of Malaysia to the ASEAN Intergovernmental Commission on Human Rights. So my question to you, Edmund, is A human rights-based approach is relevant to develop a national action plan on business and human rights. And this would include the concept of participation, non-discrimination, transparency, and accountability. So to be rights compatible, an NAP process needs to be open and inclusive to all relevant stakeholders. But this is never easy when you deal with so many different classes of stakeholders. What are your views on these issues, Edmund? The floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Aishah and SUHAKAM for this invitation. I would make 4 points very quickly. The process towards adopting the NAP on business and human rights, as you mentioned, needs to be open, holistic, transparent, and inclusive. So the 4 points, one, it needs to be transparent, meaning that it requires all relevant information to be disclosed. Access to information is itself a human right. And very often we have this problem where a lot of government data is either classified as secret or not available until they are asked for in Parliament. So we need that kind of information for informed decisions to be made and to have an effective NAP on business and human rights. It also means that the decisions regarding the NAP and how the decisions came about should be explained. Second, accountability requires that there is a clearly defined format for consultation and discussions towards drafting the NBA and then the NAP. There should be clearly defined procedures and mechanisms on how the NAP will be implemented, and the consultation format should itself be decided through a consultation process and an approach that is based on human rights. So I applaud BHEUU and having the meetings with the technical and steering committee being set up. I think the next stage really is to decide on how the consultation format with stakeholders, including businesses, SMEs, affected persons, be implemented. The perspectives should be considered, for needs to be holistic, that they need to be considered from the perspectives of the rights holder and the duty bearer. This accept that there will be differing views and at times quite heated confrontations, which I think we are quite used to now in Malaysia, but we know that we are trying to achieve a similar goal of trying to advance the human rights practices in the country. There will be heated confrontations between businesses, civil affected communities. We will have to include businesses that represent both the largest sectors in Malaysia and enterprises, as mentioned by Dato, business associations. SUHAKAM plays a pivotal role. Civil society organizations dealing with particular issues of business and human rights, academia, the UN, and international and regional actors should also be included. Fourth, inclusivity requires that marginalized and vulnerable and less powerful and persecuted communities should be given a voice table in the consultations. It is not only sufficient to invite CSOs thinking that they represent the voices. The communities affected should also be at the table by themselves. And this has happened many times in Thailand, as we have seen through their NAP process. In many countries, groups like migrant workers, indigenous persons, refugees, LGBTIQ communities are also invited to share their views. No one should be shunned from the process, and the rule of thumb should be to include more than to exclude. This is why in some NAPs, there is a specific chapter on vulnerable groups that focus on communities who face discrimination because of their gender, ethnicity, identity, and sexual orientation. While the NAP does not seem to have a similar chapter or will not seem to have a similar chapter, it would mean that the thematic areas of labor, environment, and governance, LEG, must still include the group's particular concerns, as their rights will be cross-cutting under the heads, the thematic heads of the LEG. So for example, when we talk about environment and we look at deforestation by businesses for commercial interests, they would affect the Orang Asli. And how do we consult the Orang Asli? How do we include the Orang Asli and Orang Asal in the discussions is something that we need to deal with. This inclusivity through public participation allows stakeholders to be involved in each phase of the process, and special measures must be taken to engage marginalized individuals and groups throughout the NAP process. The ultimate purpose for this participation is to create ownership by rights holders over its development. which in turn requires also access to information to ensure effective participation. The government has since 2019 opened up a little bit more by having greater consultation. For example, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has been having domestic consultations with CSOs over Malaysia's UPR review. And this can be operationalized as a good practice for the NAP process. Only by genuinely adhering to these principles will the NAP garner wide public support and credibility from all groups. Thank you, Prof. Aishah.
You're muted, Prof.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Edmund, for highlighting very important issues relating to inclusive participation. You mentioned about how important is it relating to transparency and sharing of information there. What we need, perhaps a clear format, to allow people to understand. And also in terms of the holistic nature, where there should be inclusive engagement and participation. And more important is that we must not forget the marginalized group. They are very much affected in terms of business and human rights and so forth, right? So now I think it's about 11 o'clock, so perhaps maybe we can look at whether there are questions for the speakers, right? Yes, there are questions. Okay, now there's one question relating to cross-cutting issues. Now the question is, respective to cross-cutting issues, what would be the procedure to know which ones are being considered in their development? So I suppose this was raised also by Edmund just now. You're saying that there are cross-cutting issues over quite a number of issues relating business and human rights. So how do we approach, in other words, how do you approach these cross-cutting issues by the various ministries and so forth? Edmund, would you like to give your views on that?
I have my own views and I would like to answer that. But I think the question should really be directed to Dr. Punitha, because this is Dr. Punitha's area as to what the government, how the government, the steering committee and the technical working groups will be approaching the cross-cutting issues. So I would suggest Dr. Punitha, if you don't mind.
Maybe we can have perhaps the government perspective, right, in dealing with policy formulation. Okay, Dr. Punitha, would you like to respond to that?
Thank you, Prof. and Edmund. Okay, I think before coming up with this thematic areas, Prof, as you're also aware, there were many issues on the table, and there were many, of course, the vulnerable group, for example, was an issue that we were really looking at as well. But we also took into consideration that the fact that this could also be cross-cutting, as Edmund rightfully mentioned earlier, the issue of land and indigenous affairs. So I think one thing that we had discussed with the lead agencies is to take into consideration cross-cutting issues. And we have also informed them if they need to have working committees, specific working committees under the technical committees, they could have them. And these working committees could also look into issues, cross-cutting issues, for example, issues of vulnerable group, gender lens, for example. These are areas that, we need to look at, and it's cross-cutting as you rightfully mentioned. So the other thing is how the NAP can be structured. I mean, we have the three thematic areas, but we can also structure the NAP in a way that we can have a chapter maybe on cross-cutting issues, for example. I'm just thinking, the possibility of doing that. So I think the best way to approach this is, of course, the widespread engagement that we would have with our stakeholders. And of course, the lead agencies would undertake this engagement. BHEUU is also part of it. And the more people we meet and the ideas we get, the views and opinions, I think that would be very helpful in framing this issue.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Punitha, on the approach to be adopted. Edmund, would you like to add anything on that from a non-government perspective?
I'm very happy with what Dr. Punitha has said. If the approach with the technical working groups are to have sub-chapters on cross-cutting issues, then I think that can be accepted, because the answer really is what content needs to go in. And we need to listen to all these communities that will be affected under this chapter. So you can see that the thematic issues will be the larger ones. And then we can see that under the thematic issues, there may be subgroups or sub-chapters for particular communities or particular concerns. And that's, I think, work in progress. So if the steering committee is going to take that approach, then I think that can be supported.
Okay, yeah, thank you, Edmund. Yeah, there's also another question on the issue of ensuring gender equality in business and human rights. Ensuring gender justice and gender responsive measure is critical. What has been done to ensure the NAP is gender responsive? This question I think can be given to Dr. Punitha and also perhaps also to Dato. Perhaps maybe Dr. Punitha first, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah, Prof. As I mentioned earlier, I think this is something that we did discuss prior to determining the thematic areas, and we did speak with the Ministry of Women's on this as well. As I mentioned, this is also cross-cutting, and it is one of the issues that would be discussed in the three different lead agencies' thematic areas. So definitely we are looking at this. It's not forgotten.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Punitha. Dato' Ma, anything you'd like to add on the gender issue perspective?
Yes, thank you very much, Dato' Aishah. We are constantly working on gender issues, which very much, of course, involves employment. And we are in constant contact with the Ministry of Women. We have a complaints division, as you know, and every time there are any violations or any issues which impede on the employment of women, they are brought to our complaints division, and then of course SUHAKAM acts on them. I think when we talk about fair pay for fair work, we are talking about across the board, not just for men. For women, the minimum wages are for both genders, and to improve terms of employment and so on. So it's actually across the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Umar. There is also one question relating to Sime Darby, right? To Mr. Rashyid. The question is, some Sime Darby estates in Sarawak are bought from conflicted communities and native customary rights. What solutions have been taken by Sime Darby plantations? Would you like to respond to that?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So with regards to land rights, so for Sime Darby plantation, any new development that we do, basically, we have our new planting procedures, and part of the new planting procedures includes requirement for us to get free, prior, and informed consent from local communities in any new development that we do. So if we do not get FPIC from the local communities, then we do not proceed with that particular development. So these procedures are something which has only been recently introduced probably for the past 10 years or so, and there will be legacy sort of issues that we have. So for the legacy issues, what we do is we would then set up what we call engagement platforms with the local communities to try and engage with them to see how we can then jointly solve these issues. So with regards to all of our operations, they also have to bear in mind that all of our operations are certified to the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, and these are some of things which as part of the RSPO auditing process, they would audit to see whether or not our engagements with the communities are ongoing, and whether or not there are any conflicts that they are being either constantly being discussed or resolved. So that is part of our process.
Okay, thank you. But I'm sure that this is certainly a sometimes very challenging issue at the moment. The fact that you also have plantations and estate not only at national level, but also in Indonesia as well. So certainly on these native customary rights and issues will be coming up from time to time, right?
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Rashyid. Now there's also a question relating to litigation issue. I suppose deriving from the concept of access to remedies, because Dato was discussing on the grievances mechanism. And I think for this particular issue, perhaps I think also Edmund can also add it in, and Dato perhaps you can also highlight further in terms of the strategic litigation, and the strategic litigation, especially in terms of for the locals, right? What are the issues and challenges in going this particular pathway for this kind of slapped approach? Because certainly I think when public participation are involved, there are also a lot of concern and fears, isn't it? So how do we then go about that particular pathway? And this is very, very important, because this is within the context of the third pillar, which is access to remedy and providing effective grievances mechanism. So perhaps maybe I can invite Dato and after that Edmund to give your views on that. Dato
Sure. Thank you very much, Dato Aishah. As far as strategic litigation is concerned, I've already touched on the question of causes of action and whether they have local standard to go to court. So let's just go a little further on that discussion and say, look, we have a case which has not been struck out by the courts, and it's being heard by the court on the merits of the case. Of course, if the litigants, if the plaintiffs are successful, then they will get their remedies, by way of injunctions or by way of prohibitory orders or even for damages. But I'm very concerned with the reverse of that situation, where the parties, well, they are allowed to go to court, they pursue the case, but they are not successful in the final outcome. So as we know, going to court is not cheap, costs will be involved. And this is where, because it is a public interest issue, what we advocate, of course, is that the courts do not penalize in terms of costs against such plaintiffs. If at all any cost will be made, it should be just nominal costs. Of course, the other side will argue and say, oh, look, we have spent money to defend the case and they should be penalized in costs. But I think the idea of cost should not be by way of a penalty, but more of just to make a point that there is some liability to look after. The other, of course, is that when it comes to damages, if at all damages are to be awarded against the plaintiffs, this should be against nominal, because they are doing this for a public interest purpose. Yeah. Now, can I just touch on the other point which I raised, the acronym of SLAP? Sorry, I wish to correct myself. It is not strategic litigation against public performance. In fact, SLAP stands for Strategic Lawsuits Against Public Participation. I think this is, but it comes to the same. It's the same principle that you get activists bringing cases and then bringing complaints, and then corporations perhaps will take action against them. And in fact, we don't have to go very far, because recently there was a case in Pahang where a very prominent lawyer activist took up the case, and even before the case was heard, the company, and this had to do with orang asli issues and land rights. And before you know it, the company, as a defendant, they took an action against the lawyer for an injunction. And of course, the whole idea is to stop him from proceeding further in the case. So this is not the only case. There are such examples. And yeah, I'm sure Mr. Edmund will be able to mention a few. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dato for the explanation. Edmund, would you like to add further?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Aishah. Thank you for the question. Very quickly, 2 points. The Malaysian courts have actually decided in the route mining case on a similar case, on a similar slap suit. We call it a slap suit. A few other cases against Malaysia, Kini, and the like. I've written a report on the state of the Malaysian judiciary and how slap suits are viewed. Generally, in summary, I look at it from 2 perspectives. From the business perspective, they only think of, or the business have always been thinking that there's only one way. File the suit if it's defamatory. So it's always usually defamation or harassment that is the suit, the cause of action for the suit. The question becomes, how do we provide alternative means and methods for companies and businesses, and including SMEs, to use different means you do not file a suit to address the grievance, but do other ways like mediation, conciliation, discussion. That is one perspective. But from the other perspective, from the human rights defenders' perspective, the CSO perspective, the perspective has always been that businesses are not transparent. There's not enough information from businesses. There's no real concerted effort seen, apart from reports on the stock exchange, that the company is really taking action to address those labor violations. So how do we balance these two? There's some countries that actually have anti-SLAPP legislation now. I'm not suggesting that we go that way yet, but the question becomes, what other tools do businesses have to address the grievances without going to court? Because in our mind in Malaysia, somebody defames you, or itu fitnah, let's go to court. For the civil society activists, what else can be done except to raise it to the press, except to make a complaint? But without the adequate information, because the companies and the businesses and governments is not giving the information. So there is a technical gap, so to speak. And I think that technical gap can be dealt with if we really just put our minds together and find a way to get around and try and reduce these SLAPP suits. The federal court has already said that environmentalists, for example, in the RAP case, are actually raising public issues of concern. And we see with our own eyes that there are, like Bukit Tabo, around us, we see deforestation, you see a lot of different environmental impacts. And only then, if we are going to wake up by that time, we will be already suffering from all these consequences. Thank you, Prof. Aishah.
Yes, yes.
Prof. Aishah, can I just add one small point?
Yes, certainly, Dato.
Following what Mr. Bon has mentioned, it's very relevant. I think this is where the point I mentioned earlier comes into play, and that is having the access to the judges through platforms like SUHAKAM, where we have colloquiums, so that we are able to increase capacity, increase awareness, knowledge of human rights issues with the judges. See, not every judge will be familiar with the human rights issues. Especially the older judges will not have had any subjects on human rights, unlike maybe the newer judges will have by part of the training in university. So it's always learning on the job. So it's all of a question of creating awareness so that judges will realize that this is actually a human rights issue. Maybe a little to tweak it and give it a little more patience, while being fair, be a little sympathetic. I hope I'm not crossing the lines here. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Indeed, I think capacity building. When we talk about capacity building, is not only to the public but also to the judges as well. Right? We should be holistic. Holistic in that sense of educating and transforming different mindsets and so forth. Right. So thank you, Dato' and Edmund, for that very informative explanation relating to the mechanism on strategic lawsuits and so forth. There's also one question here relating to the land rights of Orang Asli, and the question is directed to Dr. Punitha. What are the safeguards are put in place under the NAP to ensure that their land and other customary rights are safeguarded, as customary right is a wide concept as opposed to land rights? Dr. Punitha, you want to give your views on that?
Yeah, Prof. I think for now, since the NAP is in the process of being developed, these are all areas that we would definitely take into consideration. That is, I think, the purpose why we need to come up with a national baseline assessment where the gaps are identified. When we look at the current policy, current legal framework, and we will actually look at all the gaps pertaining to issues like this. And definitely we hope to put this as issues that we can, cross-cutting issues in the NAP itself.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Punitha. We've got just about 10 minutes to go. And I think at this stage, perhaps, do we have some time? There are more questions here. Okay. I think I don't think so. There is a question from FGV here, but what was this the question actually? There's no. Yeah, but I'm sure that I think we are run out of time, but perhaps maybe if there are any clarification that's need to be given, I think that we can actually channel those questions to the Secretariat, right? So now we have about 8 minutes now. So for at this last stage, perhaps if I can actually give the opportunity to all the speakers, maybe in just 2 lines, maybe for you to give your final thoughts on this particular topic. Yeah, can I start with Edmund, please?
Thank you, Prof. Just very quickly, to deal with the gender issue, one, I think it's really high time that Malaysia enacts the Gender Equality Act. I cannot stress it enough. We have signed up to CEDAW for so many years now, and we have not done really very much. I hope that moves, and I hope the National Action Plan becomes the driver towards really accelerating the Gender Equality Act. On the Orang Asli issue, we have not objected to the UNDP, the United Nations Declaration on Human Rights. Yet we have, and it's a sorry state of affairs, yet while we have judges who have recognized customary land rights in Sabah and Sarawak, in the peninsula, we have very good decisions, but our law, the Aboriginal Peoples Act, the Orang Asli legislation has still not caught up, and that has to be amended. And the final point I think I want to make is that we should not confuse ESG sustainability efforts with what business and human rights requires, with what human rights compliance requires. I think the standard for human rights compliance for businesses are much higher than the usual ESG reporting sustainability requirements. It's a good start. You remember, if we started with CSR last time, people were talking philanthropy. Then we started talking about all sorts of indexes, sustainability indexes using ESG. We are at that stage now with BESA and the bigger companies. The question becomes the NAP. How does the NAP drive that even more forward? How do we make the standard even higher? We have good laws in Malaysia, except for environment. I think we need more laws for environment. But we lack, I think, a lot of political will and enforcement. And the NAP should really be one that imposes more involuntary measures rather than a NAP that just becomes a voluntary type of document for businesses. I think that's the final closing point I want to make, Prof. Aishah. Thank you very much for...
Thank you, Edmund, for your very powerful message there, right? We need that kind of commitment as well. Mr. Rashyid, your final views, please.
Thanks, Prof. Basically, for us in Sime Darby, I mean, just to reiterate the point that, this whole business and human rights has been a learning journey for us. And I think it's a learning journey for everyone. And basically on our side, we admit that, we're not 100% perfect, and I don't think anybody is. So that's why on our side, we always take an inclusive approach to work with anyone who's willing to work with us, to try and see how we can then, work on the challenges that we have around business and human rights. And with regards to the NAP, our hope is that, it will be as inclusive as possible, and especially taking into account the sort of feedback from business and trying to find a balance between, doing good and, being profitable as well. Because at the end of the day, companies like us, we still also need to be profitable. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rashyid. Dato' over to you. Your final views, please. Yeah,
yes, sorry, I just realized I was muted. Thank you very much for a wonderful session, and as usual, very good moderation to push the speakers on and to make sure that we keep our time. Really good. a few words, a few points. I think I would like to re-emphasize the importance of the role of the gig economy. We have all these young people, they're all, below 30, 35 years, a very young group of people who are hitting the roads every day. And of course, the pandemic has really highlighted their problems. So there are big issues on health, road safety, quite apart from remuneration from the providers. So this question of whether there should be legislation to look after the gig economy, I think that is up for discussion. And at the same time, this very important question of whether gig workers are actually employees or independent workers, because with that will come issues like minimum wages, insurance, and so on. But now it is almost like a free-for-all. I'm really fearful for the safety of the gig riders. They also have partly to blame themselves because they are all colorblind. They don't want to see the road traffic signs. The traffic lights, red means go. And this is very dangerous because one big day, there's going to be a big problem with that. The other, of course, is the role of the digital platform in the new economy, in the new business. And again, without being over-structured, without being over-governed, to ensure that there is a level playing field for people who are in this business. And last but not least will be my points and something which is very close to heart, and that is issues on environment and climate change. This is definitely part and parcel of business and human rights. We can only mention the water pollution problems. Every so often, we have Sungai King Kim, Sungai Selangor, Sungai Semenye, and the list goes on. Why? Because there's pollution of the waters. It affects you and I. And sure, people want to have businesses and so on. That sure, there are effluents to be discharged, but this has to be controlled. Science must come in to help businesses like that. And the other, of course, is climate change. To me, it's not just climate change, but it is climate changed with a D, because it's already happening and we are seeing the effects of this. Forest fires, floods, and then it's debatable whether it's an act of God or because of logging and so on. If you read the papers today, you'll know what I'm talking about. And so the list goes on. So environment and climate change is very much part and parcel of business. It's part of our lives. And but I think I'm really very hopeful and I'm thankful that this issue is being driven hard by the ministry, by BHEUU, and they're very serious about this. And I think that is something we are thankful for. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dato Umar. And finally, Dr. Punitha, your final thoughts on the topic.
Thank you, Prof. I think I would like to reiterate the need for support from all quarters and the feedback and views of all parties, all quarters is very important in making this document, the NEP as well as the NBA, a inclusive one. We also, of course, understand the concerns of many on cross-cutting issues. So I think this is definitely something that we will take up with the lead agencies on how we could embed issues of cross-cutting issues into the NAP itself. And of course, we've identified these three areas of issues for the current NEP, but of course we may have to review the NEP in due course, and when we review it, there will be other issues that we could insert in the maybe the NEP 2.0. So hanging there, thank you so much to everyone, and please continue to support the government.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Punitha. I think we have a very rich discussion on the NEP, and I'm sure we have learned a lot about the Malaysian progress in the NEP process. But briefly, just give me 1 minute or 2 minutes to wrap up this session, because I think it's worth to relive it. And I believe that as for any policy and any policy making process, efficiently and accountability demand a clear leadership within the government to develop the NEP. And in this context, as been indicated by Dr. Punitha, we have a very clear structure of governance in terms of the NAP. 3 areas, namely labor, environment, and governance, have been identified for the Malaysian National Action Plan as the focus area, which was derived actually from very lengthy and various discussion with the discussion as being reflected in the series of consultation. It is not easy. There are cross-cutting issues. Even I think it's also agreeable to include in a gender lens perspective as well. Now SUHAKAM, due to its strategic position and mandate, SUHAKAM certainly has played a very active role in the process and will certainly continue to support the agenda. And I think it's very happy to see the fact that SUHAKAM now are going to very much critical issue, latest issue like the gig economy and so forth. And even I think how in terms of enhancing capacity building with various clusters of stakeholders. Every NAP process affirms the UNDP essential tenet that human rights apply within the business sector. And this is reflected, as we can see, the activities highlighted by Sime, Darby, Plantation. It shows a very clear high level of commitment as well, although it's never easy. And we can hear that from Rashyid, especially during COVID-19, the aftermath to the migrant workers and how they have to actually come up with new formulation to resolve the issues. In addition to that also, it is also critical to the legitimacy of our NAP process and in line with the human right-based approach to ensure transparency at all stages. And this has been reiterated by Ms. AmerBON at various lengths, which includes participation, consultation from various stakeholders. Again, it is never easy to do that. It is always important, and we must remember to have broader levels of participation from a wider range of stakeholders, challenging them, but also bringing them together to learn from each other and to generate the diversity of responses from that complex nature of business and human rights require. So I suppose this is not the stop. This discussion should go on. This is just one of our many discussions. What is important, I think we need the support from various members of the public, from the various groups, to support BHEUU relating to the agenda. I would also like to thank again all our distinguished speakers, Dr. Punitha, Dr. Umar, Mr. Rashyid, and Mr. Edmund for your excellent contribution to this discussion. Thank you all for joining this session. And now back to you again, Fariza. Thank you.
Thank you to Professor Dato Dr. Aishah and esteemed panelists. I especially loved Dato Umar's encouragement for the National Action Plan, that is to start great and to finish great. We hope that the energy we have today on crafting the National Action Plan will carry on in many discussions to come in the near future. Attendees, thank you for your excellent questions here in the chat box. Due to the time constraint, we apologize for not being able to address all your questions. However, rest assured that the Secretariat will be taking note of all comments and questions. We would like to encourage you to keep asking questions only through the chat box throughout our proceedings for today. Let's move on to the next session in the spotlight impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on Malaysia's responsible business conduct landscape. We are joined by Dato Dr. Madeline Burma, Commissioner at SUHAKAM. We also have with us again Mr. Niloy Banerjee, the resident representative for UNDP, Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. We have Roberto Benetello, the Executive Director at the Business Council for Sustainable Development Malaysia, and Muhammad Rithaudin Makib, Deputy CEO, Policy and Coordination at SME Corp. Over to you, Dato Dr. Madeline.
Okay, thank you very much, Fariza. Can you hear me? Hi.
We can hear you.
Oh, yes. Okay, thank you so much. This is the thing about webinars. You know, when you're speaking and nobody is responding, you thought that everybody has left. the room. Thank you very much, Fariza. Okay, allow me to introduce this plenary session number 2. Before we start, allow me to welcome or to say thank you to Yang Berhormat Dato Sri Dr. Wan Junaidi bin Tunku Jaafar, the Honorable Minister in the Prime Minister's Department. He is our new Minister of Parliament and Law. Yang berbahagia Dato Haji Muhammad Rabin bin Basir, Director General Legal Affairs Division, the Prime Minister's Department or BHEUU, as Selamat datang. So welcome to our conference today, or rather our webinar, National Conference on Business and Human Rights, a very important seminar. Thank you for participating in this webinar. I can see there's a lot of participants here. I'm Madeline Burma, and I'll be moderating this plenary session number 2. It's called the Spotlight, or rather the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Malaysia's business conduct landscape. So in the first session, we've heard about the National Action Plan. In this session, we will hear the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on Malaysia's business conduct landscape. So we have 3 distinguished speakers with us today. However, before we begin our discussion, I would like to take this opportunity to honor and invite all of you to remember John Ruggie, the man author of the Guiding Principles of Business and Human Rights. I think for those of us, or many of us who are reading or doing work on human rights, his work is really what we say, a shining light to most of us who have been reading this thing on human rights and business. So, okay, so today we have 3 distinguished speakers to deliberate on this topic. So allow me to invite the first speaker, or rather before we start the discussion, let me just introduce you to the 3 speakers. We have the first speaker is Mr. Niloy Banerjee. So Mr. Niloy, let me just give a brief introduction to Mr. Niloy. We've heard him just now for the introduction. Mr. Niloy Banerjee is the resident representative for UNDP Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam. So that's quite a big responsibility, Niloy? Niloy is a development economist. We do have a common speciality there. I'm also a development economist by training. Niloy Banerjee is a development economist specializing in effective institutions and capacity development. He previously led the UN System Affairs Group in UNDP, based in New York. He has also led UNDP's engagement in the round of UN reforms, and Niloy was appointed as a resident representative for Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam in March 2019. So we have been engaging with Niloy for quite some time. So our second speaker is Mr. Roberto Beditello. I need to pronounce that like a real Italian, okay? But he says, call me Roberto. So Mr. Roberto Beditello is the Executive Director of the Business Council for Sustainable Development, or in short, our acronym is BCSD Malaysia. Roberto is the Executive Director of BCSD Malaysia, which is a global network partner of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, or rather the acronym is WBCSD. With over 20 years of experience, Roberto's career includes several senior general management positions with both Fortune 500 companies and startups in countries such as Italy, UK, and Spain. So we will hear Roberto's sharing of experience regarding COVID-19 and its impact on the economic landscape in Malaysia later. And our last but not least, the speaker is we have Ritaudin, okay? Ritaudin is from, let me just, Mr. Ritaudin, hold on, where is Mr. Okay, Mr. Muhammad Ritaudin Markib. Mr. Muhammad Ritaudin Markib is the Deputy CEO of Public Policy and Coordination, SME Corp. So he is currently the Deputy Chief Executive Officer with SME Corporation Malaysia, a central coordinating agency under the Ministry of Entrepreneur Development and Cooperative, or rather we call in Malaysia MEDEC, that formulates overall policies and strategies for SMEs and coordinates the implementation of SME development program across all related ministries and agencies. So we have three very distinguished guests with us today. So before we start, or rather I invite the three speakers, allow me to provide the context of our discussion today. Yeah? Give me briefly about 5 minutes. It's not often that Madeline speaks for 5 minutes, but allow me to give the context. Yeah? So as we recall, many of us recall, on March 11, 2020, the World Health Organization declared that the outbreak of the viral disease called COVID-19. And we were told that it was an epidemic. That was not just a pandemic. No, it is not an epidemic, but it is called a pandemic, that it has crossed the borders. So international human rights law guarantees that everyone has the right to the highest attainable standard of health and obligates government to take steps to prevent threats to public health and to provide medical. We heard about spread and severity due to the COVID pandemic. So to ensure that the business respect human rights during the COVID-19 crisis and beyond, and the relevance of the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, I think SUHAKAM and UNDP organized this conference to look and rather focus on this issue and to see what is it that we can discuss or how we can go about. And just now we heard the chair, the minister, and we heard in the opening ceremony how the COVID has impacted the issue of MCO and the workplace closure, how businesses have been facing loss of revenue. We heard how Nino mentioned UNDP, he was saying that how we have slide back in terms of human development. And in fact, in Malaysia, the Department of Statistics cited that our unemployment rate was at its highest at 5.1% last year. That was almost 1 million in terms of unemployment. And there were job losses and also a lot of labor issues. So I think today we will be listening to our three eminent speakers to discuss how the business and human rights agenda is responsible or central to the immediate crisis response and to focus on the recovery efforts. So we will now proceed to our discussion. So I will now invite Ninoy. Ninoy, so I will give the floor to you. So I will pass it to you. So Ninoy, I will give you about, let me put it this way. I will pose two questions to you. I will give you about 17, 19 or 20 minutes for that matter, but try to keep it short so that we have time for discussion. Okay, Ninoy, these are my two questions. Ninoy, in your opening speech, you mentioned the impact of the epidemic on the economy, its impact in terms of labor, and also we've heard about job losses, human development, environment, socio-economic development. You also mentioned about the UNDP research just now. So I was really, when I listened to your presentation, I was really like, oh my goodness, this is something that we are worried about. So Ninoy, can you elaborate? This crisis is not only straining the resources required to deal with the ongoing health, social, and economic emergencies around the world. It also highlights the importance of upholding human rights standards in government and business responses. My first question to you, Ninoy, can you elaborate further on the initiatives by the UN, both globally and in Malaysia, that address responsible recovery? So that is my first question. And maybe I will follow, if you have time, I will follow with my next question. Can you just elaborate on that? With that, for that first question, Ninoy.
Thank you, Dato, and colleagues. Good to be with you. My fellow panelists, good to be with you, and also good to be with our participants today. Look, it's an important topic that you're raising, Dato.
Yeah.
Of course, we've been struggling with quite a few new emerging issues, like the new sorts of inequalities that UNDP has been studying with some concern, but also at great depth. And in 2019, we actually produced a big piece of research, the Human Development Report, where we actually commented on two new kinds of inequalities. One is the digital inequality. You know, traditionally inequality is thought of as wealth or income inequalities, but in 2019 December we had already talked about digital inequalities, and you know, the pandemic kind of brought that to the fore. You know, who has digital capabilities, who's on a digital platform and who's not, who has wireless broadband at home for academic work or professional work, who has dedicated equipment, and who has to share a computer with brothers, sisters, and siblings, and having a safe space to do your homework, etc. It's a quiet space to do your homework. So we had already talked about digital inequalities as an emerging frontier of inequality. There's another one we are talking about is climate-induced inequalities. But look, the one that the pandemic has brought forward, very, very sadly, is vaccine inequality. You see how unequally vaccines have been distributed around the world, and this is a moral public good. You know, everybody should have access to the vaccine, but it's obviously been very, very unequally distributed. And our studies show that you don't have to do a vaccine availability chart. You just take the World Bank's income grouping chart and just plot the countries, and you have exactly the same vaccine availability chart. The rich countries have more vaccines per capita than poor countries, and it slides down the scale as you go from high-income countries to upper middle income to lower middle income and low-income countries. It's an absolute, almost a one-on-one correlation. So anyway, that said, you know, it does put pressure. It has put pressure on labor standards, on health standards, on the environment for sure. What we did in the UN globally, and we've sort of followed that as well in Malaysia, is in the first instance when the pandemic actually broke, it was really the emergency response, which is to work with the health system, number one, and with relief and recovery agencies, number two. And while at the same time trying to establish the data and the science behind what was happening with the pandemic. So really, we commissioned a whole bunch of studies looking at a number of things. A rapid household income survey, which gave us very good data on the kind of the population. Passionately in the previous segment, and yeah, the impact on unemployment in general. I know Roberto will speak to it some more, as well as for the impact on SMEs was disproportionate, and overall the loss to the economy of about $1 trillion US, the grosso modo, the aggregate loss is terrible. Now, what it does for the UN of great concern for us is we were not doing well on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals before the pandemic hit. Now it has, as you rightly pointed out, Dato, at the beginning, it is now even a further slide back, and a big effort will be needed, like maternal mortality, which is something that all of Asia was making progress on. But now 14 countries are showing a rise in maternal mortality. This is very, very concerning. I mean, Malaysia is, of course, the poster child of reducing maternal mortality dramatically since its independence. But even here, we have cause for concern. It's not as bad as some of the other countries, but it's certainly something to watch out for. Ironically, medical waste has added to the pollution load. Malaysia was already at the forefront of pollution load. Our plastic consumption, for example, is above the regional average. So all said, Dato, I want to say that we've gone from that immediate response of gathering data to of supporting the frontliners and supporting the health system to a more long game of looking at governance, looking at social protection particularly for vulnerable groups, looking at the incentives and nudges that will move the economy to a more green recovery path, green cities, green transportation, energy transformation, and certainly a bigger look at waste management, etc., etc. And we've looked at the digital divide quite strongly. We are actually doing a whole series of initiatives, particularly in Sabah and Sarawak, with bringing small and medium enterprises onto digital platforms so that they can not only do online marketing but also receive payments, which was a big gap that we found in our studies. We've also looked quite a bit at our at two other areas of deep dive. One is what has working from home meant for people, and obviously there are some trends there which need to be addressed from a human rights perspective. The impact on women, women's loss of jobs, and of course violence against women, all of which have shown a negative trend. So going forward, we'll focus on 5 things under our business and human rights portfolio: the gig economy and the future of the labor landscape, and therefore what needs to be done to protect workers. We're also going to look at, it was very heartening to see that Uber drivers have been now given employee status by a court in the United States. I think the judgment came out just a couple of days ago. So it's quite an interesting trend in the world now. Health and well-being of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers. This is also, along with our sister UN agencies, area of priority. We are going to, our focus is very much on women, because I just said there's been a disproportionate impact on women in job losses. Worse, younger women have experienced an average rate of unemployment that's 5.6 times higher than the overall unemployment rate. So that's, so there are certain groups, even within vulnerable groups, that are facing very acute pressure. Low-income households, female-headed households, all struggling, and working from home has been more difficult on women than on men. We are also looking at the issue of PPE and waste, and how it has added to the environmental load. And as you know, the market for PPE equipment, just face masks, went from less than $100 million to, it was about $75 million to, it has gone up to like $170 billion almost. So it's quite a big expansion, but all this material is going somewhere. And finally, also looking at the plight of indigenous people, because again, there has been a disproportionate impact. Vaccines have sunk in more slowly into the community, and of course, the movements on restriction, etc., have caused a different set of impacts on indigenous community than they have with us. So I'll stop here with the first question, Dato, and hand it over to you.
Oh, goodness. Thank you very much, Ninoy. I mean, that's a lot of things that UNDP has been, focusing on. And I like the fact that you mentioned women and indigenous communities, because these are not that because I am one of those, women and indigenous, but the fact that UNDP has, I've done a few work with UNDP, they're putting a lot of emphasis on this. So thank you, Nilo. Can you just follow for the next question? I'll give you about 5 to 7 minutes, yeah? In Malaysia, questions have been raised about the levels of forced labor. I think we discussed in the earlier session just now, the issue of forced labor and about how some of the Malaysian companies were being put into a situation whereby the United States were putting a lot of pressure in terms of some of our companies in terms of trying to export to the US. So the question about forced labor risk in critical industries. So what responses have we seen from government and businesses? And secondly, Niloy, what are some of the entry points in ensuring responsible business practices to ensure that to improve and mainstream Malaysia and perhaps elsewhere to ensure that remedy and HRDD are mainstream in Malaysia and elsewhere in Southeast Asia? Sorry for that glitch. Let me just repeat the second part of the question. What responses have we seen from government and businesses? And what are some of the entry points or opportunities in ensuring responsible business practices, such as improved access to remedy and HRDD are mainstream in Malaysia and elsewhere in Southeast Asia? Yeah, Ninoy, can you just respond to that?
Well, the entry points, Dato, and colleagues, as you know, from the previous segment, you heard the government is opening up spaces. The National Action Plan is underway, and we also heard from Dato Ma and Edmund and others that we need to make the spaces more inclusive, more predictable, more timeline and routine bound, so that people know how to participate in these processes. So that's the government has been doing a few others, but let me first maybe look at the business side of it, because you alluded to the punitive sanctions from particularly the US, but I hope you heard the EU president also in her address last week talk about possible sanctions. And the trafficking in persons report of the US State Department was not helpful. And Malaysia's ranking was downgraded. It's a 3-tier country now in the according to the report. So I'm glad Sime Darby spoke in the earlier segment, and we're also seeing some remedy payments from the glove and rubber companies. But I think a lot more needs to happen, and the key is a punitive action should not lead to corrective action. I mean, corrective action should be emerging endogenously, internally. That's the expectation of a rapidly developing country reaching almost high income status of like Malaysia. Look, and on the government side, of course, the Ministry of Human Resources is looking at a number of entry points. It has launched the app, as you probably know, Working for Workers, where workers can put in their complaints, etc. There were also Human Resources was also working with our sister agency, the UN Labor Organization, ILO. There's a special committee now to study labor trafficking. There's the National Action Plan in the legislative domain. There's the National Action Plan on anti-trafficking in persons. There's also some existing laws which are being revised. The Employment Act, the Workers' Minimum Standards of Housing, Accommodation, and Amenities, which is also under review. There's a National Anti-Corruption Plan now, and of course now, and what you're hearing today and tomorrow, what you'll be hearing on the whole work on the National Action Plan. The due diligence part is, it just needs continuous engagement. UNDP has the tools, the wherewithal, and we've just launched, in fact, publicly the tools for due diligence, and we are happy. We stand by to provide our colleagues in the corporate sector, in the business sector, more help on this. There are two challenges on which I want to end, Dato. One is sort of a more immediate and solvable challenge. The other one needs a big conversation across Malaysia. the solvable challenge, as I call it, is the data problem. We just don't have enough granular data on what's going on. The corporate sector is only now getting up to speed on ESG reporting. But as Edmund was saying in the earlier segment, it's responsible business practices go beyond ESG. So the data gap in the public domain is still huge, and we need to address this issue. Information has to be out in the public domain. The second bigger question, Dato, and since you're a fellow economist, you'll understand this, you'll appreciate this even more, is, look, Malaysia has reached that level of economic development where it is not wage competitive. It cannot compete with neighboring countries like Vietnam on wages. So the default has been, of course, to rely on cheap migrant labor. But this process cannot continue. You cannot have cheap migrant labor to remain wage competitive, and then you cannot be therefore having a different set of human rights or labor standards for migrant labor, which is more or less the broad story here. Because the scrutiny and the punitive action, etc., that we talked about earlier will continue to go up. And shocks like the pandemic will exacerbate these conversations. So Malaysia needs to really have a big conversation what it means to graduate into a high-income country, what labor standards are necessary. Small and medium enterprises have to be given some help, because as it is, they're squeezed for capital, they're squeezed for profits. So it's simply raising labor costs may drive them under. So they will need some help from the government and the help packages. But overall, Dato, I want to end with the need for a bigger conversation on the use of labor in Malaysian industries going forward. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Ninoy. Wow. It's just like sitting in my development economics class. You mentioned the two things. I think I would just like to pick up the last 2 points that you mentioned, the challenges. Yes, data, Malaysia, I understand, in one of our conversation and discussion with ILO, they were talking about labor data. They wanted to know what is the impact of COVID in terms of labor. And they were telling us, and the UN was saying that the United agencies were saying that Malaysia, it's so difficult to get data. But basically, I think data in Malaysia is available. The only problem that we have is that the data are rather static. And what I mean by static is not on-time data, and it's really, really very difficult to access data in Malaysia. Of late, only you find that data is quite, I consider, easily available. But during the COVID, data is definitely something that we really need, to kind of mitigate the problems that we are having. So that's number one. I truly appreciate that for you to bring up that issue. And you say that it can be addressed. And the bigger one is, of course, you mentioned about comparative wage. I think this is where Malaysia needs is a shift away from, the cheap, the low end, the economic growth based on, cheap labor. Now, Malaysia needs to move away, needs to adopt a new economic model that whereby we need to adopt and adapt to the new environment and using digital, maybe like we talked about digitalization, we need to talk about technology. Thank you very much for bringing this up, Niloy. So I'm glad to hear that UNDP is working hard and also working with our organizations to ensure that Malaysia adhere to all these processes. Now, let's move on to our second speaker, our second panelist today. We have with us today is Mr. Roberto Benitello. He is with BCSD. That is the Business Council for Sustainable Development. Okay, Roberto, sorry. So the COVID-19 pandemic is clearly exposing and exacerbating existing human rights risks and inequalities. We heard that just now when we heard about Niloy was saying about the widening gaps, inequalities. So human rights risks and inequalities with devastating effects on vulnerable groups and societies. Human rights standards and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development provides substantial guidance for immediate response and for long-term recovery strategies towards fair, resilient, and sustainable societies that leaves no one behind. So this is really a very good point, and I would really love to hear your views on this. So Roberto, can you share what are your thoughts on this, about how do we move towards a fair, resilient, and sustainable society that leaves no one behind? The floor is yours, Roberto. So I'll give I gave you about 20 minutes to 15 to 20 minutes for both. I will give another question later.
I'll try to comply. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roberto.
Thank you very much, Dato. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning, everybody. Good morning to my fellow panelists this morning. So I'll try to give a perspective from the business point of view, and I'll try to describe where I can see some hope for the recovery, for the post-COVID recovery. And also I'll try to focus a little bit about on the role that business can play and we as a business association can play. So let's start by saying that efforts to contain the COVID-19 had an impact on vulnerable groups, as has been already mentioned several times this morning, and also on the marginalized communities, that was for sure. For example, migrants, the outbreak, were left unable to feed their families. The self-employed own account workers, often referred as the informal workers, they represent some 2.7 million people in this country. They make up almost 1/5 of the total workforce, and they are too significant a group to be neglected. The home-based workers at the bottom end of supply chains, they've been seriously affected by the cancelling of contracts, such as from international garment brands and other companies. For most informal workers, stopping work or working remotely from home has not been an option. For the street vendors and market trader, physical distancing is nearly impossible, especially in crowded public spaces. And those selling products other than food have not been able to operate. So income losses for informal economy workers are likely to have been really big, really massive. Nonetheless, we also have to acknowledge that the pandemic has introduced new business models with non-standard employment relationships, such as, for example, digital labor platforms. Also, this has been mentioned already this morning, and mobile apps for transportation, delivery, and home service. These new models and trends have further increased the number of the so-called gig workers. Also, this has been already talked about today. The COVID pandemic has seen a sudden stop in certain informal jobs and an equally rapid increase in certain others. I'm not sure about the net effect of these trends. Certainly, informal workers have had to rapidly change and adapt to new types of informal jobs. Some have managed this transition, but many unfortunately haven't. So these trends have further exacerbated numerous vulnerabilities for workers, like access to social security, workplace entitlements and benefits, career progression and development, as well as decision in the private sphere. So people are finding it very, very difficult to make life decisions because of the increasing number of uncertainties. So the job losses among the migrant workers have been massive. The travel restrictions have trapped some migrant workers in Malaysia with few options to return to the native countries. We also heard about this in the previous segment. The closure of several large garment and textile companies in global supply chains have seriously impacted the predominantly migrant workforce. And again, several alleged labor violations have been reported in some manufacturing sectors related to non-compliance, to social distancing, excessive working hours, forced labor, and bad living conditions. Lockdown measures disrupted the movement of goods and services and forced firms to change their way of running their business. So if we look at the business and the ASEAN growth rate, the ASEAN growth rate of negative 3.3% is the lowest since the financial crisis 1997-1998. However, it is important to observe in detail what has been the impact of COVID-19 on the business performance in Malaysia and also in ASEAN, in the region. COVID-19 pandemic indeed harmed firms' business performance. However, it cannot be said that all of the firms were equally affected by the pandemic. Between November 2020 and February 2021, the Economic Research Institute of ASEAN and East Asia area conducted a survey on approximately 1,800 companies, 1,789 companies to be precise. The study has offered valuable insight on the impact of COVID on the business performance, business outlook, and regional supply chains of manufacturing and non-manufacturing firms. So the average 2020 sales growth was obviously a negative 2.73%. So of course, to be expected. However, what is interesting is that while a quarter of the respondents experienced a 25% sales decline, so 1/4 of the 1,800 companies reported a 25% sales decline, another quarter experienced a 15% sales growth. The study showed that the impact was negative overall, of course, but the degree of the impact varied greatly from sector to sector and firm to firm, from positive to negative. The study also showed other very interesting things that give us the perception of the magnitude of the disruption that took place. The majority of the firms changed their customer or supplier relationship. About 70% of the firms reviewed customer relationships. 60% reconsidered supplier relationships. Almost 50% of the firms modified, or they said that they will and they would modify their production locations. For manufacturing firms, about 40% of them reconstructed or planned to reconstruct their entire supply chains. And this is a very, very high level of disruption that happened in a very, very short period of time. COVID-19 created a surge in demand for medical products and equipment, significantly increased the demand for information and communication technologies, ICT, equipment and internet-based services. As a consequence, the ICT services firms to expand their business and hire more employees than other industries. The spread of COVID-19 significantly surged demand for critical supplies and personal protective equipment, medical supplies, medical devices, and pharmaceuticals. The demand spikes brought widespread shortages and pressured healthcare supply chains. These positive demand shocks created pressure on the current production network and service suppliers, but at the same time present opportunities for firms to grow now and after the COVID-19 pandemic, if they're able to see this and take this as an opportunity. All these disruptions have happened too rapidly, not giving enough time to business, employees, the informal sector, and other vulnerable groups to adapt. As a result, human rights challenges and issues have been definitely exacerbated. Vision set out in the 2030 agenda international human rights standards, and that is really great. Actions business can take to implement that COVID brought about. Company published a landmark document called Vision 2050 for business to become more sustainable. And it's a guide towards a shared vision of a world in which more than 9.5 billion people, which is the projected population in 2050, are able to live well and within the planetary boundaries by mid-century. So Vision 2050 makes the 2030 agenda is actionable by business out the main systems formations that are needed to achieve 2050. And there are several transformations need to happen. We have come up with 9 major transformation pathways, which models and with models and approaches that can be implemented by business in the areas of energy, transportation and mobility, living spaces, products and materials, financial products and services, connectivity, health and well-being, food and nature. Business is a huge driving force to transition towards sustainable development, because business can actually act on each of the areas that I just mentioned. And business is crucial to start and trigger these big transformation processes. For example, business with a global footprint have the ability to affect communities in different countries, supply chain or operations in many different jurisdictions. They can greatly impact local economies. They can affect the environment in a drastic way. So key players in various industries, they have the ability to make transformation. And right now we are seeing more and more business pick up interest in sustainability, especially with the COVID pandemic highlighting major human rights and human rights breaches. There is an increased interest due to some backlashes that we have seen from internet as a result of human rights and violations. I believe that this is a good opportunity to get business to come on board and human rights issues. Can you hear me?
You can proceed now, Roberto. I think there's some technical.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay
now it's okay. Yes, continue.
Okay. Yeah. So I was going to say that I believe this is a good opportunity to get business to come on board on some crucial sustainability and human rights issues. And this is also an opportunity to rethink the right communication strategy to adopt with business. I'm a big believer that we also need to look at the right communication strategy. I believe that communicating the necessity for human rights compliance only on the basis of the ethical and the moral responsibilities attached to this noble endeavor is unfortunately not sufficient. If this strategy had already proven effective, we would have already seen great improvements in greenhouse gas emissions reductions or deforestation and other unsustainable behaviors that are destroying the planet. So changing our language and adopting an improved communication strategy to reach out to business means that we need to approach business also from the point of view of enterprise risk management. We need to be able to explain to them what are the implications of non-compliance on enterprise risk management. And business leaders need to make accurate assessments of their risk exposure. As a business organization, BCSD Malaysia needs to provide constructive support to those who display a genuine willingness to change and improve. That way we can share knowledge, build capacity, and provide training on the topic of sustainable development. And we can help business evaluate ESG-related risk and make sure it is duly taken into account when it comes to assessing risks, but also opportunities, business opportunities. As highlighted in the 2030 agenda, SDGs ought to be implemented in accordance to international human rights law, which implies that there must be an agreement both globally and locally on what constitutes these obligations. Through our work here at BCSD Malaysia, we definitely see a need for more, for more education and awareness on the areas of human rights and sustainability. And we are obviously determined to play our part. And I would stop here for question 1.
Thank you. I will not summarize that. Can we just go to the, oops, hold on. Okay, number 2, question number 2, Roberto. The right to a healthy environment is becoming part and parcel of corporate policies and strategies towards ensuring responsible and sustainable business practices. BCSD Malaysia is a unique multi-stakeholder collaboration platform for business to create a community of practice. Now, Roberto, I would like you, can you just elaborate or rather tell us more about the work that you are currently doing or BCSD's current initiative in Malaysia? Thank you, Roberto.
Certainly, Dato. Thank you for the opportunity. So, BCSD Malaysia is a CEO-led, action-oriented and collaboration and advocacy platform. Okay, so all these things together. We convene, we put together members, normally large companies and stakeholders in a safe, and we call it pre-competitive space.
Wow.
So where companies can get together and collaborate to develop tools, methodologies, and also to share best practices in the business community. So through our projects and initiatives, we help embed sustainability in the core business strategy. So we really try to do this because we believe that for a company to change, to transition, to become more sustainable, they have to really embed the sustainability principle in the strategy from the board to the senior management to all employees. BCSD Malaysia, we strive to raise awareness and advocate the case for sustainability, also as a business opportunity. So sustainability that goes beyond compliance to rules and regulations, but sustainability that becomes like a philosophy, a business philosophy, or a way of conducting business that is used also to bring competitive advantage for companies. We believe that by creating this link between sustainability, for example, and the performance of a company will induce, will persuade companies to become more sustainable and to embrace sustainable practices. And this is happening right now because you see that there is a direct correlation between the performance of a company, financial performance, but also performance on a number of different other metrics, and the sustainability scoring or the sustainability practices of that company. In other words, if you are a sustainable company, you are bound to be performing better in a number of different areas. And, you know, a couple of years ago, this link was a little bit blurry. There was no evidence to substantiate this. Now the evidence is very strong and it comes from the financial sector. So, for example, if you look at portfolios of investments composed of companies that are good in sustainability, those portfolios perform much better than you know, regular assets or regular investments in companies that do not have such a good sustainability performance. So we operate around 6 main pillars. They are circular economy, cities and mobility, climate and energy, food and nature, business and human rights, and another one that we call redefining value. Redefining value has got to do with another important transition that we believe it's really fundamental, which is the transition for what we call the shareholder capitalism to a stakeholder capitalism. And we tackle, for example, issues like stakeholder engagement, materiality assessment, how to embed ESG risks and opportunity into the enterprise risk management strategy. And also it's about reporting and governance, because we believe that there is a big need for modernizing the governance of many companies. So we also work together with government and non-governmental organizations by advocating for action in the areas that I just mentioned, providing our members with access to resources and expert know-how on specific actions and transformation of business in sustainability. So some of our activities include, for example, workshops, training, focused on responsible business practice. For example, we just did a week ago a big workshop on enterprise risk management and ESG related risks. And yeah, one of the initiatives that I would like to bring up just to conclude is this a Business for Human Rights and Environment platform that we are working on in collaboration with the Raoul Wallenberg Institute of Human Rights and Humanitarian Law. It's not collaboration, it's actually a partnership, a solid partnership. This is a very important institute from Sweden, and they provide a lot of expertise and know-how from all over the world on business and human rights and environment. So we are working with them, with RWI, on a number of initiatives here in Malaysia. We started a year ago, and this year we will be having, for example, 5 learning sessions, and we'll talk about several issues on human rights related matters. On average, we have roughly 150 attendees per session, and it's been going quite well. We're seeing an increasing interest from various levels of the workforce, luckily from high-level executives, including board members, academics, government and civil servants, and sustainability officers. They all are showing quite a lot of interest on sustainability matters, and they are always joining our seminars. Through this platform, between BCSD and the Raoul Wallenberg Institute, we seek to move from talking and educating to encouraging business to take action. For example, one of our previous sections focused on supply chain compliance and on the concrete approaches that business can take to reevaluate their operations in line with the human rights and environmental concerns. The next session is on the Friday this week, on the 24th, and we will be discussing, for example, free trade agreements and the implications of policies upon business, especially in the context of human rights and the environment. So this is, I invite everybody to register at bcsd.my. So this is like in a nutshell, a little bit of a summary of the activities that we carry out at BCSD Malaysia, and I invite everybody to check us up on the website, on the internet at bcsd.my. I would stop here, Dato. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roberto. That's really good to know that you are working really, I mean, BCSD is working really hard on, and I like the last part you mentioned about business and human rights platform, the work that you're doing with the RWI or Raoul Wallenberg Institute. I think my office, definitely SUHAKAM Sarawak, where we would love to participate and join some of the programs that you have, because the issue of sustainable development and, you know, in the state of Sarawak, there's a lot of issues related to environmental issues. So I will definitely check out the website, your website, and the program that you are having. And you did mention also how, you know, companies perform better if they were adhering to this, all this, the ESG SMEs and all. You mentioned about the portfolio and the main pillars that you refine. You were talking about how the need to redefine value and the role of stakeholders and shareholders. So, and of course, the issue of governance. Thank you very much, Roberto, for sharing. So let us move to our third speaker. Our third speaker, Mr. Muhammad Ritaudin. He is our Deputy CEO at SME Corp. Encik Ahmad Ritaudin, I think this is a very important sector, SME. In Malaysia, we know that SME is the backbone of the Malaysian economy, contributing a lot in terms of our, towards our economic growth and in terms of labor. And we do know that SME were very much affected by the COVID. Now, there are two parts to the question, so maybe I can just ask you straight away, Encik Muhammad, if you don't mind. Okay, a very straightforward question. What are the key issues and challenges faced by SMEs in Malaysia as a result of COVID-19? Because we've been listening and hearing and reading how SMEs were being affected, you know. Okay, the second question, kindly elaborate on the things, or rather the initiatives that SME Corps have taken and the strategies to assist SMEs who are in a financial distress as a result of the pandemic, because we know that SME Corp plays a very, very important role, not only during the pandemic, but also even before this, Muhammad, what more during the pandemic, and also definitely in the post-pandemic era. So can you elaborate, can you respond to these two questions?
Okay, thank you so much. Right? Thank you so very much, Dato. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Sometimes when we are doing all this virtual, we need to check the sound and everything.
Yeah, don't worry.
So thank you, Dato, Dr. Madeline, for the question, and thank you to the organizer in inviting SME Corp to be part of this prestigious event. So Dato, indeed, it's my great pleasure and honor to be present at this event, Dato. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon, everyone. Dato basically has asked a very pertinent question that is affecting the SMEs, not just in Malaysia, but worldwide. So Dato, our virtual interaction today is in line with the new normal that has become a mainstream. So this is one of the areas that basically we are educating the SMEs of going e-commerce and online. So the question that you asked, Dato, is very much apt and timely as the world is facing and recovering from the prolonged COVID-19 pandemic. So Dato and panel members, as well as the participant, as you are very much aware, the pandemic has brought an unprecedented changes to the business landscape, not just in Malaysia, but around the world. So it has spared no one, including the SMEs that constitute the majority of business establishment in economies around the world. So this is very important. So in acknowledging the critical economic role of SMEs, government worldwide have given special attention to mitigating the impact of the pandemic on small firms, particularly in introducing policies to help them cope with short-term financial risks and long-term business implication to avoid job loss and bankruptcies, as well as encouraging investment to boost the post-pandemic recovery process. So the focus of this most government worldwide has been on cushioning the impact on COVID on health and the economy. Across countries, as you can see, the most widely used instrument in response to the outbreak are income and profit tax deferral, loan guarantees, and direct lending to SMEs, as well as wage subsidies. So it is very much important for each and every one of us present here to take cognizance on the fact that the failure of SMEs would have strong repercussion on the economies of many developing countries in which they are in which they are the main contributors to employment, as rightly fully mentioned by Dato just now. So in Malaysia, basically, the micro, small and medium-sized of entrepreneurs are indeed the backbone of the Malaysian economy, which account for around 1.1 million firms, representing around 97.2% of total business establishment and providing employment to around 7.3 million people, who unfortunately are among the most vulnerable groups affected by COVID-19. This is reflected in the recent released statistics whereby these MSMEs contributed around 38.2% of gross domestic product in 2020, with a negative growth of 7.3%, which is lower than the overall time in 17 years. So these statistics clearly shows that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a very large impact on MSMEs. So globally, SMEs have shown a sharp drop in revenue from the outset of the crisis. So according to the more than 180 surveys among SMEs in 32 countries that the OECD monitored since February 2020, around 70 to 80% of these SME experienced a serious drop in revenues. Several surveys also indicated this drop in revenue to be between 30 and 50%. The drop in revenue for SMEs in the United States, for example, amounted to 40 to 50%. In Australia, small business scales declined by 15% between March and September 2020, while in Spain, 60% of a loss in revenue of around Euro 1.8 billion per week for Spanish companies who would be incurred by SMEs. On home ground and in Malaysia, for example, based on the surveys on SMEs situation in the wake of COVID-19, which was first conducted during the initial containment period, or better known in Malaysia as the Movement Control Order, we found that a shocking 95.3% respondent experienced sales in March 2020, of which 44% of these respondents cited their sales have declined to more than 70%. Of the rest, around 20.6% reported a decline in sales within 51 to 70%, while around 29.7% experienced a loss of 50% or less in sales. Only around 1.7% reported an increase in sales, particularly among the food and beverages related industries, while 3.1% reported no significant differences in sales. So I believe that Roberto in his presentation has provided some insight on these challenges by the SME. So let's say if you look from the closer look at the survey findings, highlighted that SMEs would require very much assistance to sustain their business and boost their growth momentum during the pandemic. Fast access to loans at lower interest rate, around 60.1%, deferment of waiver of taxes and statutory payments, and online platform, as well as virtual services provision, were cited as the key assistance required for the business to rebound. With the support given, as high as 85.6% responded were confident that their business would rebound within a year or less. So Dato and panel members, as well as the ladies and gentlemen, it comes as no surprise that cash flow, as mentioned by our colleague just now, emerged as the key challenge during the pandemic, followed by reduce in demand and supply chain disruption. So the cash flow issues was due to the significant decline in sales as related to the MCO, partly attributed to the temporary shutdown of business operation during MCO by more than 3/4 of that respondent. So these rising issues on cash flow, demand and supply chains are causing a lot of strain on businesses, especially the small players. Many enterprises, micro, small and medium size, were unprepared to face the onslaught upon their businesses caused by economic lockdowns and movement control. So therefore, the resulting loss of revenue in 2020 has seen many SMEs having to scale down their businesses, including cutting back on expansion plan and even having to let go of employees, and in worst case scenario, closing their business. Moving on, Dato has posed me straight 2 questions. So luckily I jotted down just now. Thank you, Dato. So moving on, so what are some of the policy intervention undertaken by the government, especially the government of Malaysia, SME Corp and the rest of the ministries and agencies? So from the business perspective, it is worth to note that as SMEs are adapting to the new norm, various adjustment and positive progress have been made to their business operation. Change of priorities among SMEs can be observed from implementing cost-cutting measures to executing development measures that can help sustain the business. So the top priorities among Malaysian SMEs has shifted basically using e-commerce platform, making changes in their employment terms and adoption of technology and digitalization. This is very important, whereby the sign of optimism is growing as lesser number of firms reported decline in sales of more than 50% as compared with 65.6% reported in March to May 2020. So the retrenchment of workers also dropped to 12%, whereby in March and 2020, we can see the retrenchment of workers was as high as 14.2%, while the number of ceased business operation also decreased, albeit slightly to 1.4% in March and May 2021 as compared to the previous year of 1.6%. So responding to these critical needs of MSME, the Malaysian government basically has taken a swift action to mitigate the impact of the pandemic since March 2020. I was involved in the drafting of the SOP, Dato. So, and then from that, basically, various economic stimulus package for various segments of the community have been rolled out with a total around USD 32 billion allocated to support and lessen the burden of MSME, focusing on human capital development. This is very important because at the end of the day, we need to support on how they can basically nurture and recruit more people, supporting them in terms of access to financing. This is where we do a lot of facilitation with Bank Negara, with the financial institution, with the DFI and so forth, just that we can provide them with ease of access in terms of getting the necessary package or stimulus kind of assistance provided by the various institutions. Adoption of digitalization and technology, as well as other fiscal and non-fiscal measures. The measures basically have been and are being implemented through 9 comprehensive economic packages. I'm sure Dato and members of the panelists has aware, namely Prihatin SME, Penjana Kita, Prihatin, Budget 2021, Permai, Pemerkasa, Pemerkasa Plus, and Pemulih. So these stimulus packages have been instrumental in addressing critical pandemic-related issues faced by SMEs, mainly in the area of financing, cash flow, job retention, human capital development, and technology and digital adoption. So this is very important, Dato, in order for us to facilitate the rebound of the SME, because earlier during my answer to the first question, basically they are affected by the cash flow. That's number one. Number two, in terms of the disruption of the supply chain. So within the earlier part of this assistance, SME Corp, we also have established a My Assist MSME, because all this while we do a lot of facilitation, business advisory, financial assistance physically. But then we also, as a government institution, we have to move to the new norm by establishing this My Assist MSME, which is an online one-stop business advisory platform to assist MSME in their business-related problem and issue through the provision of business advisory and information, digital marketing opportunities and guidance, technology and business innovation, support facilitation, as well as business matching services and various channels of online initiatives that are linked to implementing agencies under the Penjana. So we also have established a virtual business matching platform just to facilitate them in terms of their supply chain kind of requirement, known as MatchMe, which was recently launched in June this year. To date, we can see that this platform has been a game changer for MSME, as they are able to source product and services from various potential business partners, either domestically or internationally at any time and anywhere. So in addition to this, MSME also can set an appointment and host business meeting virtually using similar features. An international organization and MSME can also source Malaysian product and services leveraging on MatchMe platform at any time and from anywhere. So given the evidence from the consumer side as well as the survey established by various institutions, SMEs have taken the initiative to digitalize their business, as it will further support the recovery of SMEs and business penetration in the digital economy. So based on the report that we have, the online presence among the SMEs have doubled from 35.3% recorded in 2019, this is the pre-COVID, to 75.8% in 2021, which is the post-COVID. In addition, this e-commerce adoption too have shown gradual increase from 27.8% to 37.9% recently, supported by various initiatives by the government through their ministries as well as the agencies. In a nutshell, Dato', therefore, we can see that it is an urgent need to continue to mobilize a concerted and targeted effort in helping the SMEs to reinstate their position in business through various measures, such as funding support, facilitating market access, ramping up capacity and capacity development, and business advisory, with technology and digitalization taking the center stage. So with that, Dato, I'll stop there for a while. There's a lot more to talk. Definitely we can connect, because we also would like to connect to Roberto, because at the end of the day, Roberto has mentioned in terms of the sustainability. So this is the area that is quite weak among the SMEs. So together with UNDP, basically we are developing a framework in terms of socializing and coming up with the various measures on how the SMEs or MSMEs out there in Malaysia can basically onboard the sustainability journey. So with that, I would like to stop there for a while, Dato.
Thank you, Cik Muhammad Rizauddin. That was a very interesting discussion or presentation that you made about SMEs, because we've heard a lot the impact of COVID-19 on SMEs, and I was following closely the work that SME Corp has been doing, because I know your previous boss, Dato Hafsah. She's working, she was working with us also at UKM. So that was an old story. Okay, but nevertheless, I would like to congratulate SME Corp for the work that you all have been doing, and you do recognize the challenges. I remember reading the report by when DOSM, Department of Statistics Malaysia, it is immediately after the COVID, they did a study for, I think in March, I think beginning of last year, and they did a study, and that one of the results that they mentioned there, how SMEs can't even survive beyond 6 months. Now we're already in our 1 year already, and they are really struggling. So I'm glad that you found that Roberto's presentation is of value, because not only should we survive and grow, but there is also the issue of sustainability. So thank you, Roberto. Thank you, Rizauddin, for trying to connect. So that is really something good that comes out from our discussion today. So I would love to hear more from the two gentlemen. Ninoy, we will look forward to you helping out, in the whole of Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei Darussalam. Now, I think we've come to the last part of our discussion today. We have a few questions here from the floor. Maybe there was one, there is 2 questions for the general questions, but there is one specifically for Ninoy. Let me just ask Ninoy first. Ninoy, there is one question for you. The question is, if you look at the specific question for Ninoy, let me just read it. What are UNDP views on effective compliance of labor standards by Malaysian business during the COVID-19 pandemic, in case UNDP carried out baseline study for Malaysia? Okay, that's number 1. So in case UNDP carry out baseline study for Malaysia, but it means here is that what are your views on effective compliance of labor standards? If you look at the question, you can see it in the chat box. And number 2, they were asking about wage theft. Oh, that's a question on wage theft here. What are the ways to ensure that human rights of labor force is protected, as the plight during this pandemic is of great concern? So that's basically for you, Ninoy. So what are your views on, if you're conducting a baseline study for Malaysia, what are the views on the effective compliance of labor standards by Malaysia? If you read in the chat box,
I'll try my best. Thank you, Dato.
Yeah, okay.
And thank you to my other 2 fellow panelists for the excellent presentations. I'd maybe do a marketing pitch first. Roberto, you have to bring UNDP in on the platform, on the business and human rights platform. And Riyatuddin, you have to also come join forces with us, because I think the work in Sabah has great promise for what we hope to do together. But look, our specifically targeted to business yet, but ours was more the one that has been done and finished. Our 5 studies really. But of course, we look at certain areas of such as work from home, what kind of businesses provide.
Okay.
Look, I think there are general failures, no doubt about it. But it would be wrong to paint the whole business sector with one brush. As Roberto was, I think, saying, there's differential impact and there's differential coping mechanisms among different parts of the business. There were some definitely poor labor practices came out, overtime issues came out, and you're seeing now the remedial payments, the living conditions issues came out, mental health issues came out, lack of social safety nets for many businesses came out. I think what is more interesting is, how do we use this business and human rights initiative and the national action plan that's coming out with it, and all the other work that's being done by the ministries to create a strong public-private partnership. Because from Roberto's presentation, and as he's right to say that the evidence is building that good business practice is good bottom line, is good asset value. So how do we make a win-win out of the energy that's coming out of the government and marry that with the private sector's energy? I want to sort of go on to the wage theft issue, and that because that's very, look, wage theft is a friend, whoever's asking this, it's a criminal issue. It's a law and order problem. There should be zero tolerance for it. And I think that's why there is a whole anti-corruption string to the work on business and human rights. And I think that's a given. The other more dangerous corollary here to the wage theft issue is the very, very high agent fees that migrant workers have to pay to come and to take jobs, but also to when they are being repatriated back home. So that's I think the government is very aware of it, and the UN is aware of it, and we are raising this question, and companies are taking notice of because it's a downstream responsibility. It's not always the company that's doing the usurious fees issue. I have, Dato, with your permission, there's a very interesting suggestion / question about Malaysian SMEs, whether there will be a social support fund for Malaysian SMEs to do human rights due diligence. I think that's a fantastic idea. And it shouldn't just stop with the due diligence, but overall to support our, particularly our SMEs, with a whole bunch of social safety nets, wage subsidies that our panel has talked about, and possibly, and of course, human rights due diligence and capacity building to follow from there. I'll stop with maybe 2 points here. I think we have to support our SMEs with technology also. And both, a lot of technology still needs to be developed. We can't assume that technology is all done. I mean, if you see the whole greenhouse gas conversation, there's a lot of technology that just isn't there. There's no way to make cement without producing huge amounts of carbon. There is no technology. So and our SMEs are particularly disadvantaged. So if we can please support SMEs. And my final point here is, I'll be a little provocative here. I think loan moratorium, etc., kind of support given to SMEs is not adequate. What is a moratorium? It's simply kicking the can down the road, the problem down the road. I would argue, as a policy instrument, cash transfers, direct cash transfers for wage subsidies or for loan subsidies is much better, to even write off some parts of the loan via cash transfer. So just to be a little provocative, to set off a conversation. Over to you.
Ninoy, that's a very interesting way of looking at it. I'm sure Redza have some response to that. Okay, by the way, Redza, do you want to respond to the one which Ninoy have covered, the social fund? Maybe I will ask Roberto if he has any views on that too. It says here, will there be a social fund established to support Malaysian SMEs to embrace human rights due diligence, HRDD. Do you think that's coming up, or do you see that coming along the way, Resauddin?
Well, there is a very interesting idea, Dato. Maybe we can touch base with Niloy in terms of understanding that overall framework first, because as you can see, human rights is very important in order because it relates very much in terms of the sustainability, environment, as well as social kind of development. So at this particular moment, within the SME kind of landscape, we don't have that particular fund as yet. But that's something I think that we can work out, especially to maybe include it under the RMK 12. Dato.
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. That was that's a very positive response. I'm sure the person who posed this question, he'll be smiling ear to ear, and hope to see that in our RMK 12, which is going to be launched on the 27th, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm sure that is RMK 12 and the review. The most important thing is that, like you say, that there will be a discussion. Yes, do you want to respond to that, Roberto? Because the idea is really very fantastic.
On the setting up of the fund, I leave it to SME Corp, and I hope they can do something there. On the broader issue on whether there is a need or not to train or to educate or to inform or to create capacity on SMEs when it comes to due diligence on human rights, I think it's extremely important. We have done one session on that, especially in relation to supply chains. You know, a lot of these SMEs are part or want to be part of bigger national, international, or global supply chains. And if they want to do that, the presence has to be subject to adhering to certain rules and regulations. So understanding that is very important, and I would certainly see that as a big step forward if this type of education and training was more institutionalized, let's say.
Thank you, Roberto. And I think, Resauddin, you really mentioned that there is a need for Malaysia to adopt. There are certain things that which we have yet to adopt, and this is one of them. And you're talking about sustainability. Yes, in the past we have always been talking about a lot of issues, but definitely sustainability issues is really something that we need to look into and address, especially now. We have like 5 minutes. We have just one last question. Maybe I will get either Ninoy or do you want to respond to this, Ninoy, about the issue about one of the root causes of the emergence of forced labor is related to the need to or Ninoy or even Roberto, the need to adhere to sustainable mechanisms like RSPO, MSPO, and forest certification. This is definitely, something that we in Sarawak is really concerned about. The second root cause is employing undocumented Malaysians who are legitimately Malaysia-born. So what do you think? How should the government of Malaysia address this issue? Just a very short response from both of you, if you want.
I can comment on the first part and leave the second part to Mr. Niloy. So on the first part, I would say that there's always a balance, there's always a trade-off. Ideally, it would be nice that tomorrow we say everybody complies to RSPO. And, if we do that, it's not going to work because there are 650,000 smallholders. And they cumulatively control probably 40% of the, I don't remember the latest figures, but a big chunk of the palm oil market. So if we all of a sudden from overnight we tell them you need to be RSPO, they won't be able to do it. MSPO was the answer to that, but MSPO implementation has been quite challenging. I don't know what is the latest status. But the process is never a process that happens overnight, and there's no silver bullet. The process is a gradual process that, on one side, you're trying to establish best practices and, for example, in this particular case, eliminate forced labor. On the other side, you need to make sure that you don't wipe out smallholders and that you still give them a fair chance to survive. So I think absolutely in agreement, but at the same time, the implementation is always the tricky part.
Okay, thank you, Roberto. Can you just give a short response, Niloy? What do you think the government of Malaysia should do?
I think Roberto is spot on. It has to be an incremental process of bringing particularly smallholders on board. If you suddenly impose big international standards on particularly the smallholders, there is a problem. So the better land use planning, better involvement of community, and a good understanding of the trade-offs between income generation and livelihoods versus environmental conservation. I think it's a very, very important conversation that needs to happen. I don't understand the second question very well, but I'm just sort of responding off the cuff, which is, look, if there are undocumented Malaysians in the workforce, it means they are needed. And this goes back to my earlier question, to my earlier issue that Malaysia needs to have this conversation. How will it meet its labor force requirements, given its wage structure? And therefore, isn't it time that Malaysia, this is an all of Malaysia conversation, society, policymakers, racial groups have to sit and discuss that why do we need these documented or undocumented migrant workers? Because there's a shortage in the labor force. And therefore, how do you bring them at par with global standards or even Malaysian human rights standards? That is the big question here. And that's what we are discussing, all of us, in these 2 days. Over to you, Dato.
Yes, thank you, Ninoy. Ninoy, although you said you do not understand the question, but I think you have responded to it really in the way that I expected that to be, because that is an unending debate, and the COVID-19 really exposed this issue about the issue of our labor issues that has been long. I mean, I'm sure you know when you came here, you know about this issue about. Now we have our session reached exactly 1 p.m. I don't think I will like to invite any of you to give your last minute response, although I wish I can do that. Can I just conclude, because I have already indication that we should stop at 1 o'clock. I think so. We have come to the end of our session for today. So let me just say that both states and business have a critical role to play in preventing and mitigating the human rights impact of the COVID-19 crisis in the business context, and in ensuring the measures taken to support the economic recovery are carried out with respect for human rights. As we state, the business community has been and will be judged. Okay, let me repeat. As we state, the business community has been and will be judged by how it is responding to this crisis, rather of those most vulnerable, based on UNDP's 3-pillar: protect, respect, and remedy framework. So with that, I would like to say thank you to all the 3 panelists who have been really, who have provided us with wonderful insights into that and giving us thoughts on the views that they have shared with us today are really very insightful. So it has been really a fascinating and engaging discussion, and I want to thank all the panelists and for the really insightful answers and the questions to the post to this session just now. Thank you very much to Mr. Niloy Banerjee, to Mr. Roberto Benitello, and to Mr. Muhammad Ritaudin Makit. Terima kasih. Thank you very much. Now I pass this floor to our able MC, Fariza. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Dr. Madeline. What a brilliant conversation, panelists, on how businesses and especially SMEs in the Malaysia landscape are impacted by the pandemic. As Dr. Madeline has summarized, there is a critical need to provide good policy support to the backbone of our economy, that is the SMEs, who are in financial distress, which we hope the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights will address. Participants, we apologize for the brief technical difficulty, but we sure hope that the key messages and learnings shared during the plenary sessions were well delivered to you today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I won't hold you here for much longer. It is now 1:03 p.m. and we will now break for lunch. We will see each other again at 2 p.m. sharp. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the National Conference on Business and Human Rights 2021 towards a National Action Plan. I hope everyone had a good lunch and is excited for the next session. Attendees, without further ado, let's just dive into the next part of our agenda. I would like to welcome Professor Dato Dr. Aishah again, together with Dr. Surya Deva, the chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights.
Fariza, welcome to the second part of day one of the conference. We have a very rich and in-depth discussion this morning, where we had two plenary discussions on the progress of the National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights in Malaysia and the impact of COVID-19 on businesses. To continue the momentum, we are having a special session this afternoon, conversation with a special guest, that is Dr. Surya Deva. Hello, Dr. Surya.
Hello, Dr. Aishah. Very good to see you again. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Yeah, thanks, same to you. I understand that you are currently in Geneva, which is very early in the morning. I believe it's at 8 a.m. Thank you so much for joining us. Let me first introduce Dr. Surya. Dr. Surya is currently the chair of the UN Working Group on Business and Human Rights. For our Malaysian delegates who are not familiar with the UN Working Group, the UN Working Group on the issue of human rights in transnational corporations and other business enterprises, also referred to as the Working Group on Business and Human Rights, was established by the Human Rights Council in 2011. This working group has a mandate to promote, disseminate, and implementation of the UNGP at a global basis. It can conduct capacity programs to assess and make recommendations and report annually to the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly. The working group also works very closely and coordinate with other relevant procedures of the Human Rights Council, relevant UN bodies, treaty bodies, and human rights organizations. So UN Working Group also organized the annual Forum on Business and Human Rights annually in Geneva, the world's largest global gathering on business and human rights. So this is a very important position here. Dr. Surya is our man at the moment. And Dr. Surya is also a professor at Macquarie Law School in Australia. Now, coming back to the session and the topic of the session, June 2021 this year marks the 10th anniversary of the UN Guiding Principle on Business and Human Rights. This unanimous endorsement by the UN Human Rights Council was a landmark moment for the efforts to promote corporate respect for human rights and sustainable business to the state and also to businesses. We also heard recently the passing of Professor John Ruggie, the creator and author of the UNGP. Condolence and sympathies to his family in this challenging time. And over this 2 days conference, we are discussing his legacy, the product of his important work, namely the UNGP, or the United Nations Guiding Principle. So, Dr. Surya, my questions to you. So, since the inception of the UNGP, where it was unanimously endorsed by the UN Human Rights Council, it remains to be one of the most authoritative documents on business and human rights. And this year marks the anniversary of the UNGP. So meaning that the UNGP is 10 years old. So as the chair of the UN Working Group, can you elaborate further on the progress and achievements of the UNGP? Also, there are great challenges during this period, among others, such as challenges of COVID-19, the financial crisis affecting businesses and the economy, the climate change crisis, forced labor, and even racial discrimination, black matter lives, and the list goes on and on. How do you see, as the chair of this working group, the position of UNGP during this unprecedented time? Can it sustain as the main key tool for states and business to protect and respect business and human rights? And most importantly, where do we go forward from here? Over to you, Dr. Surya.
Thank you, Dr. Aishah, for these questions. Before I respond to the question, let me start by paying our tribute to Professor John Ruggie. And I think the best tribute to him would be that all of us work together to disseminate and implement better the UN guiding principles. I think that should be our common goal going forward. Now, in terms of the progress, I would like to highlight several elements. I think the progress has been quite significant in the last 10 years. In fact, I'm not aware of any other UN document that has been so widely accepted, disseminated, and adopted by a range of stakeholders all over the world in the 10 years time. Because a lot of guiding principles, even hard instruments like treaties are adopted by the UN. But I think the uptake of the UN guiding principles has been unprecedented in my view in the last 10 years. In terms of the progress, I would say the first element is that we now have a common language. This is very important. Everyone is now talking about UN guiding principles. Everyone is now on board about this idea of human rights due diligence. Doing it. Not all the states may have a national action plan yet, but everyone is on board with this idea of UN guiding principles and the key tools that they provide to ensure that businesses respect all human rights wherever they operate. The uptake, it is not merely the governments. It is not merely the companies, but a range of stakeholders. National human rights institutions is a very good example that SUHAKAM is co-organizing this national conference. And Dr. Aishah, you were part of that organization for many years and you did very good work. So NHRIs are definitely playing a key role. We have UNDP as an example that the UN agencies are leading from the front in promoting the dissemination and building capacity and facilitating the development of national action plans. We have the investors speaking out publicly now that businesses should respect human rights. We have human rights defenders and civil society organizations asking governments and businesses to respect human rights and implement the UN guiding principles. So I think this is quite a significant progress in my view. In terms of the national action plans, we are seeing some progress all across the world. Finally, we have 2 national action plans from Africa, 2 in Asia, and 2 in Latin America. So at least in the global south, we are seeing some momentum. So it's not merely Eurocentric map of the national action plans at this particular point of time. And I very much hope that going forward, we have more countries in Asia coming up with a national action plan, including Malaysia. And I know the work is in progress in some other countries in Asia as well. The other progress that I would like to highlight is that there is now an increasing recognition of the need for binding rules. When the guiding principles were adopted, they were meant to be, pillar 2 at least were meant to be more like a soft responsibility. And I think the pillar 2 as a soft responsibility will remain. But there's a growing recognition that we need a smart mix. We need more binding rules at the national level, at the regional level. For instance, ASEAN can think of that. And at the international level, that's where the treaty process is going on. Despite these impressive signs of progress, I would say the challenges also remain. And I think we should acknowledge those challenges as well, because then we can move forward to overcome some of those challenges. The first thing that I would like to highlight is that the awareness still remains limited to those who are part of this UNGP's camp. If you walk in the streets of Kuala Lumpur and do a survey, that have you heard of UN guiding principles? How many people, the small shops owners and others, or people walking on the street will answer this question in the positive? To me, that is the test, ultimate test for the success of the UN guiding principles. When in the streets, in the small bazaars of the global south, people are aware of the UN guiding principles. So the awareness is limited. I also see the issue of capacity and expertise. If you look at the governments in the global south in particular, or even national human rights institutions, there are only a handful of people who understand well UN guiding principles. I mean, hearing about them is the starting point, but that's not enough. Guiding principles look like a simple document, and I think they are. And that is the beauty of Professor John Ruggie, how he drafted them. But at the same time, when it comes to implementation, they require significant fine nuances of the understanding of the different aspects to take them from paper to practice. So I think we need more capacity building of the government officials, lawyers, judges, even politicians, I would say. Business and human rights going forward should be part of the political manifesto of different parties. Elections should be contested, that how the governments are going to protect the workers, how the government is going to deal with the climate change, how will the government respect the privacy because of the new technologies. Those should be the central issues in elections at all levels going forward. The other challenge is informal economy, I will say, and the small and medium-sized enterprises. In many cases, the conversation is around big businesses. And I think they are definitely key because they have long supply chains. But we cannot ignore the small shops, informal economy, the business which is run from home. Everyone has to bring on board. So we have to expand this tent. The third challenge I see is, and I think Dr. Aishah, you hinted that, is about the new challenges that we are emerging. Whether these are new technology issues, or climate change, or racial discrimination that you highlighted, which has the BHR connection as well, all these issues are going to become more and more critical. And my final example of a challenge is access to remedy and corporate accountability. I don't think we have made enough progress in the last 10 years in holding businesses accountable, whether in Malaysia or anywhere else. And I think we need to do more. And that is where national human rights institutions have a key role to play. And I very much hope that SUHAKAM and other NHRIs in the region will continue to play that role. Thank you very much for your question, Dr. Aishah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Surya. I think you have highlighted quite a list of actually achievement, but at the same time as well challenges. I think what's important is that how do we go about it, isn't it? Resolving it and the role and function of several bodies, in assisting and facilitating that process. Now, coming up to the next question, as I've mentioned earlier, Malaysia is in the process of developing our first national action plan on business and human rights. We have identified 3 key areas, which is on labor, governance, and the environment. A governance structure has been established and currently spearheaded by the legal division of the Prime Minister Department. But at the same time, there are just so many cross-cutting issues. There's quite a long list of policy coherence as well that needs to be complied and adhered to. A long list of consultation that needs to be done as well. And we do not have any specific legislation, of course, on business and human rights. So it's very much depending again on the UNGP. So in this context, Dr. Surya, what would be your advice or tips to the Malaysian audience as to the issues and indicators that we should focus on dealing with the process at the moment, perhaps more effectively and efficiently? Over to you, Dr. Surya.
Thank you, Dr. Aishah, once again, and I'm sure there are better experts like you in the room who understand the local conditions much better than me. Of course, I have been to Kuala Lumpur several times and visited Malaysia, elsewhere, other parts of the Malaysia as well. So my recommendations and suggestions will be very broad, based on the experiences that the working group has gained by engaging different governments, different stakeholders all over the world, including in Asia. Of course, we have provided guidance to governments, but I will not go through that guidance. Rather, I will pick some key elements and practical things that the government should do going forward. Perhaps the most important point is commitment at the highest level. We need political commitment at the highest level, and it is in a way good that this process is led by a division within the Prime Minister's office. Because if you have the blessing of the Prime Minister, that is a good sign in my view. At the same time, I would like to highlight that the NAP process should not be parachuted from the top. It requires ownership at different levels. As you rightly highlighted, business and human rights issues are cross-cutting issues. So different ministries should have the ownership as well. Otherwise, they may feel, oh, this is the Prime Minister's office initiative. Our mandate is different. Our terms of reference are different, and this is not for us. So a ministry which is focusing on labor rights, a ministry which is focusing on attracting investment, a ministry which is focusing on recovery in a post-COVID world, a ministry which is focusing on women and children, so on and so forth. All of these ministries have to have this collective ownership. So I call it, you need the top as well, the political commitment at the top, and you need the ownership at the bottom level, at all levels. I think this is the first issue that I think we have to be careful. The second is the process to develop a national action plan has to be inclusive and consultative. The challenges in the business and human rights field are enormous, in any country for that matter, and Malaysia is no exception. We cannot fix those challenges, in my view, overnight, or even certain months, or in a couple of years. So we need a roadmap. No national action plan that I know is perfect. So it is important that the process is inclusive and consultative, but it is also important to cross the line. Because a country may think, oh, it is not good enough yet, the draft. Let us do more consultations. Let us consult more. You may keep on doing it for the next 5 years. And that is still will not be enough, because there may still be millions of people in Malaysia who may not have heard of UN guiding principles. So I think it's a fine balance. You need to be inclusive and consultative. You need to consult all stakeholders and bring them on board. At the same time, it is a process to move forward. So it is critical to adopt a national action plan, and then you try to implement it. Then you revise it again. Then you implement it again, right? So I think this is a process. The third element that I would like to highlight is it has to be action oriented. I often say that the word action is absolutely crucial in the national action. There are 3 words: national action plan. You need a plan, that is good, but you also need actions there. If it is merely a plan at the local level, not good enough. So it has to be a national plan. And if it is merely at the national level and it's a plan but no actions, not good enough. So the most crucial thing is the action points. And those action points will require a timeline. It will require identification of the relevant government ministries and agencies, and allocation of budget and funding, because ultimately everything needs some resources. It's quite crucial. Let me finish with the last point for now is access to remedy and corporate accountability. Because the progress in this field has been less, I will strongly encourage the Malaysian government, as we do other governments as well, that this is a litmus test for the UN guiding principles. If workers, let us say migrant workers in Malaysia, if they cannot hold the relevant companies accountable, that is going to reflect badly on the UN guiding principles. So the process to implement the UN guiding principles has to ensure that the pillar 3 of the UN guiding principles is not left behind. And I think the government has to lead here from the front to ensure that the businesses have right incentives. The good companies get positive incentives, and the companies which are not willing to do well, they are held accountable. Thank you very much once again.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Surya. Yes, certainly when you mentioned about the third pillar, especially in terms of access to remedy, this is always the very difficult, challenging part, because we can talk day long about the duty of the state to protect about laws and legislations and enforcement and how we can improve them. And we can talk about corporate duty of the companies to respect in terms of getting their commitment and political and will, as well as due diligence. But coming up to a very structured in terms of grievances mechanism, whether it's state-owned or non-state, is very tough. And that's the part in which also I think might poses challenges to many countries when it comes to integrating the third pillar into the particular concept. You also mentioned in terms of linking to, knowing the right time. It's a national plan, but it is also must be actionable plan as well with action. And I think that's very tough. I think I'm going to cite that after this. Not only a national plan, but it must be actionable as well. But the most, I think, challenging time, of course, is when is the right time? When is the right time? Because it's always that consultation.
I think tomorrow will be a good day. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah.
I would say that there is no magic number, but I think it will be good because Malaysia has been working on this National Action Plan for a number of years. They have been up and downs, different changes and all that. But I would say 2022, the country should have the plan out next year. Whether you do it in the middle of next year, or you do it by the end of, I don't know what is the plan being discussed with UNDP and their partners. But from my perspective, you ask me, 2022, the plan should be out. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take note of that. Yeah. So perhaps maybe the last question, Dr. Surya, if we can discuss on the gender lens perspective, is also another very important issue being discussed by the respective groups relating to our process on the NAP. And most of the time we realize that gender is often left out of within human rights and business transactions and discussions. So if I can ask you, how is the gender lens position in the context of the UNGP plus 10? Because, there's been doing stock taking and so forth. So how is this particular issue being advanced at the moment? Dr. Surya.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Aishah. So I think gender is something which I would say is an illustrative example that all the rights holders are different human beings. Men, women, children, migrant workers, indigenous peoples, persons with different sexual orientation, refugees, all of us are experiencing the impact differently. And even amongst women, there are different women. Women of color may have a different experience. Women of a different religion, women suffering from a disability may have a different experiences, right? So the key is that all of us are aware of these diversities and are to them. That is the starting point. And I think if we can understand this, then the action plan on the part of the government and the due diligence which is done on the part of businesses should be responsive to those differences. I think that is in short what we expect in terms of gender, right? Of course, I had the pleasure of developing the gender guidance for the working group and we released it in 2019 and it is being adopted all across the world. What I would like to highlight is that gender should be a cross-cutting issue. Like you highlighted 3 priority areas: labor, governance, and the environment. So gender need not be a 4th priority. Rather, gender should be part of all three priorities that you mentioned. Labor rights issues, how are women impacted differently? Environmental pollution, what is the impact of women on pollution, which could be different than men? For instance, pregnant women may be having a different exposure to chemicals and environmental pollution. So how do we address those particular issues, right? Same applies to governance. If there is a corruption, is it going to impact women more and differently? That is the issue we need to discuss, right? What about single mothers, right? So I think those are the issues, and migrant women workers, you know. So that is the key. How do we integrate a gender perspective in everything that we do? Let us say social media. Women are on social media, but do they face unique or different kind of harassment on social media? And how do we address it? Those are the issues that we should be considering going forward. So gender as a cross-cutting issue is the way to move forward, in my view, Dr. Aishah.
Yes.
And of course, the working group remains committed to provide any support that the government of Malaysia or anyone else needs in Malaysia to strengthen the implementation of the UN guiding principles, and hopefully an adoption of National Action Plan in coming months or as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Surya. I think we have actually included gender lens approach across the board. So it's going to be applicable to all the three thematic areas. And I think this is also very, very crucial and very interesting that we are adopting it for the first time in a national action plan. But time is about 2:30 at the moment. So just give me one or 2 minutes maybe to wrap up what you have highlight to us, because this is also very important in terms for our Malaysian delegates. You talk about change, and I think certainly the first decade demonstrated that change is possible. You talk about some of the achievements, great achievements as well, and especially in terms of a common language and a common platform. And I think that's rather unusual actually for a document to have that effect. I do realize that. We talk about also relating to increasing need of binding rules, national action plans, and so forth. Yeah, but of course this provide hope for the next 10 years as well as a foundation to intensify efforts and to address the gaps and limitations, because there are still gaps and lacuna. Yeah, and we need also to seize existing opportunities as well. Looking beyond the pandemic, where you mentioned about COVID-19 and the effect on the labor issues, SME corps, and other major global challenges as well. So meaningful progress will require all the stakeholders to continue a systemic approach and persistent efforts to leverage the multiple actors beyond the states that frame the policies, practice, and indeed regulations that shape business behavior in a smart mixed measure, without hoping for a silver bullet solution, because sometimes we expect results too soon or try to actually to keep the shot away, right? But what is important is that we ensuring corporate respect for human rights is by no means an easy mission, but we have to make the task. So therefore, the 10th anniversary is much more than a landmark. It is a reminder of the challenges that will still lie ahead for us. Above all, the UNDP will provide the authoritative framework and a key opportunity for states and businesses to not to revert as business as usual, but to forge a better normal that prioritizes respect for people and the environment as well, supported by other stakeholders and inclusive stakeholders' participation. So thank you, Dr. Surya. It's been a pleasure having conversation to you, and thank you so much for the advice and tips that you have given us. Quite a number of all the lead agency are within the platform at the moment listening to you. In fact, I think they're going to discuss it at the next session. So thank you so much again for spending the time with us, and stay safe during this challenging time. Thank you so much, Dr. Surya. Over to you.
Thank you once again for the invitation, and it has been my pleasure. And of course, if any further advice is needed, the working group remains available to help. And I wish this conference a great success. Bye for now.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your assurance. Yeah. Goodbye. Over to you, Fariza.
Thank you, Professor Dato Dr. Aishah and Dr. Surya. That was an illuminating conversation indeed, and an excellent opening for our parallel sessions after this. Ladies and gentlemen, we now go to our first set of parallel sessions. The first session, the topic Business and Human Rights in Asia and Beyond, will be moderated by Livio Sarandria, Business and Human Rights Advisor, UNDP Asia Pacific. The second session, discussing the ESG movement, the realities of doing well by doing good, will be moderated by Sean Lees, Business and Human Rights Specialist, UNDP Asia Pacific. Attendees, to access these sessions, please click on Breakout Room, which should appear at the bottom of your screens right now, and you can choose either one of the parallel sessions. We will give you a few minutes to do this, and I will see you back here again soon. Welcome back, attendees, and many thanks to all our moderators and speakers for today. It has been quite a day for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for staying with us throughout these insightful conversations. It would be a pleasure to see you join us again for day 2 tomorrow, where we unpack the National Action Plan for Malaysia in Business and Human Rights. See you at 9:15 a.m. I am Fariza Alia Muhammad Nasir, signing off for today. Take care and stay safe.